you're a Sun Eater exograft and a really good one, but people associate that with the opposite of good. So you're nightmare fuel just looking at you. Anyone who knows anything about the big bad crawlies, it's even worse because even if people just read about it in books, read about the horror of the Sun Eater in books, people get the heebie-jeebies. And anyone who has actually interacted or had an interaction with a Sun Eater, they're gonna have nightmares or physically either attack you on sight or, pee their pants and run away. People don't like those things. Something about spiders.
Something about spiders.
You associate with craw.
I don't associate with craw.
Yeah, plus
I am an
20
associate of craw.
plus 20 infamy. Craw's reputation and has painted you hard. You are also successfully courting one of the Night Princes, plus 15 infamy.
Fun fact, arachnophobia is the most common phobia in the entire world.
Yeah, same here. So, yeah, you're kind of up there. You are also a renowned chef, plus 4 fame. You were associated with a brutal night team, plus 2 infamy. No, infamy and fame do not have caps or like thresholds that you have to break through. It can go all the way to 100. You're also known for your wealth among the small group of people who do, and connections with rare goods, plus 2 fame.
Okay.
You're a quiet individual usually, as spiders usually are, outside the kitchen, which then you're very vocal. We'll work on your. So that doesn't really get you anywhere because I already gave you stuff for being a renowned chef. This will go up after I have my little small thing with you soon. But what else have you done?
There's 2 ones that come to mind, but I'll let you go through the rest of them.
Oh, everyone increased their fame by 2 because of that ball that you guys went to. Because you were there. So.
Oh, good. Now my fame is exactly half my infamy.
As it should be. So. Then. Anything else?
Yeah. The dance I did.
Oh, yeah. No, that was incredible. Increase your fame by 5.
I'll say it gave me 1 influence for that. So.
Yeah.
And
that was a biggie.
The other one was something I did with Craw, but that was the cursed grafting of night pelt and taking one off a person.
Oh yeah, plus 2 infamy for that. It wasn't well known, but the screams were heard all throughout the night market, and everyone was like, why is it so dark and Cross? Never mind, it's Cross thing. She's closed."
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was bad. So, anything else?
I can't really think of anything too crazy.
Okay.
I mean, being a seer, but not a lot of people know about that actually.
Plus 1 to infamy and fame for being a seer. Not well known, but people do know. A very small group of people do know that you are a seer. Seers are both held in high contempt and high regard. Because how dare you look at my private life? I need you to see these things for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're held with a double standard. As long as you're not looking at my shit, awesome. And as long as you're looking at things I'm interested in and telling me everything I want to know, you're okay.
How much my infinity jump by if I actually manage to marry Andril? Matt.
I'm not gonna tell you.
You guys, yeah, you got to do it first.
Yeah, do first.
Well, I'm gonna do it either way. I was just curious.
It ain't gonna happen until you get it done.
Hmm. Well, in 6 months. No, not even now. I'm only 3 months out.
Ring on the
from
finger, or it
duel.
didn't happen.
If you like, you should put a ring on it.
Mhm.
Let's see. What are we in? Twilight now, or are we still in the month of hiding?
You guys are in Twilight.
That's right. We're in the
Moving.
first week of Twilight.
No, third week.
Yeah. Hiding is when we join the school.
Actually, the end of the hiding. You guys join the school.
So we're in
So,
Twilight.
Yes, you're in Twilight. You're in the third week of it. Actually, about to end the third week of Twilight, which is pretty good fucking progress for this game. 3 weeks in, everything's gone to shit. That's about right.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've still got 5 months to my fucking duel
I know.
with Elizabeth.
Yeah. A lot of time to do stuff.
Oh. I'm gonna need to see if I can't get a few upgrades.
I'm thinking a couple more sessions, and then we start doing large time jumps. I'm only gonna have a couple of you roll for certain rank matches.
Yeah, you said that there's only certain ones that actually are gonna give me any trouble.
I'm just talking about everyone. Everyone's really equipped to fight people in ranked matches.
We're a goddamn night team. We decked ourselves out and shit to kill people without having to use light.
Yeah.
Except
With
Haven.
the exception of Flock, he's like, I can't use light at night. Lies! I am using light at night.
Jenny too.
Jenny too. Not a lot of people want to fight Jenny.
Probably about as many people want to fight Jenny as the number of people that want to fight Penelope.
Penelope's actually moving up the ranks rapidly because Knight Sebrum, or Nebrom, the head of Platoon Bravery, challenged Penelope in attempts to restore his member's honor. And
That didn't turn out well, did it?
no, everyone got to watch him grabbed by a leg, thrown around the arena, smeared across the surface, hit across all this stuff, and for one, Shrouded Edge was kind of like he just literally asked her not to kill him rather than actually approached Penelope. And she kind of squinted at him and threw him across the cloister and had him land on a bunch of equipment across in the firing range.
I imagine every time she goes into a duel, just Olwen's there like, please don't kill anybody.
And he just kind of stares at his absolutely wrecked arena, just like. Technically, it's a disqualification, but he doesn't have the heart to tell her that.
Yeah, do you want to be the one to tell her she lost? On a technicality, no less. Instead, I'll help fix the place. I'm not heartless, and I told them I would take responsibility for her actions, so I do.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's not good for our heroes.
What heroes? We're the heroes, normally.
No, you're not. Don't lie to yourself.
We're the protagonists.
Yes, there you are. You're the protagonists, not the heroes.
Yet.
Technically, you're the antagonist, and I expect you to. I predict you to stay that way for the entirety of the game.
Okay, with my current infamy, I cannot actually validate that argument in any other way.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not a bad person. I'm just dating somebody that eats people.
Yeah, pretty much. And of course, it's rumor and whatnot. So, I'll be changing a little bit of the way some of the NPCs interact with you from here on, especially the ones that don't already know you.
Pierre Terre.
Well, at least you don't look like a spider. Yanni.
Mm-hmm.
Time for cooking. If you are ready for it.
Yeah, let's do this.
Right. So, would you like to take revenge on any of the idiots, the 4 idiots that want to take advantage of your newness and try and sabotage you?
You mean the ones that I've already picked out to be like, all right, you tried, and now it's time for you to not be here anymore?
Oh, do you make them disappear?
I don't make them disappear as in death. I make them disappear socially for their cooking.
How so?
Well, two can play at that game, and I play much better at what they do.
Okay. I need to know what you do because these guys are professional chefs. They are not part of the temple. They're hired, or this is part of their job ascension. Like, if they fail here, they're fucked. This is the highest they'll go. And you have them by the nuts on that one because you're a student and you can actually come and go from this class because this is a job slash. It's an internship. This is what this is for you. This is actually a job for them. They get paid for this. They're here to professionally cook for the temple.
John,
Mhm.
fill their stuff with nothing but spicy.
I was just thinking fear effect on them in particular.
I put a fear ghost on one of them and just have it sit.
Just fear aura. That's all that pretty much.
That'll affect the whole kitchen. There's 30 chefs in there.
So it has to be fear ghosts, eh?
Yeah, it'd have to be a fear ghost because fear ghost is single target.
Even better. Make him afraid of cooking specifically.
You have no choice about what
even
fear
better.
ghost.
Even better than the ghost, the eye thing. Just give them a stare in the eye.
That could come back to bite you because people don't know what spiders can do.
Okay. Maybe the ghost is the best option.
I mean, in that way, you can also channel watch friendly aura.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could channel my just raw hotness and distract the hell out of them.
You could. People would be oddly attracted to the spider.
So let's do it both ways from that then. The friendly aura to get everyone else that wasn't fucking with me on my side to forming a a more centralized group, a better efficiency in the kitchen, and then those other ones will be we'll have some friendly ghost time, and
you only summon one ghost.
Yeah, but it's gonna rotate, right?
Yeah. So anytime they're watching their timer, you can just have it randomly swap. The friendly aura does counteract the ghost. Oh, anytime the ghost leaves to another target, they immediately feel at ease.
Yeah, but then they're like, "Oh, it's not her. It can't be her."
Any other means of sabotage because they're not going to mess up with that combo. There's no way.
I see.
But it does get the rest of the kitchen on your side. Anytime any one of them yells at you, they're like, "What a dick! She's perfectly cooking. Leave her alone."
I think it just comes down to being better than them. It's more of a pride.
You don't have to worry about your cooking, dude. You have 8 fucking arms. You have spectral knives that cut stuff. You have the god's senses. Like, this is easy shit.
That's completely fine then, and that's all really. That's all it takes. We don't need to.
But you definitely know by the after the first week, the sabotage is going to escalate to potentially be dangerous. As in, they may sabotage the the cooking station itself. So, yeah. So,
if they
If I were
start
you-
sabotaging the cooking station themselves, they fuck themselves over.
they're pretty good. And this is, you could tell by the way they're doing it, this is not the first time they've done it.
I'm going to generally recommend just sabotaging them directly and getting them fired. Start fucking specifically with the meals of nobles.
Remember,
fuck with
it's a
Regalia's
line. It's a
meal.
line chef. It's a line cooking. It's like Hell's Kitchen, where everyone is responsible for a certain part of the meal. So you have the meat station, you have the veggies, you have the potatoes or whatever. Everyone is responsible for a part of what goes on the plate. So if you sabotage the plate, all of you are responsible for it. If someone fucks up on their station and can't deliver their part of the puzzle, now that's where you get them in trouble.
Start oversalting their shit. Make it so salt lids start coming off. Make it so that ladles start snapping. Fuck with their times on that front. Because if you start fucking with the chef's like equipment, especially, you start really fucking them over.
Depends. Everyone brings their own equipment.
Exactly. That makes them responsible for their equipment.
Well, she doesn't see them outside of the outside of this 2 hours, so
Just have C12 go break their legs.
yeah, you could literally have outside help go break their hands.
I'm trying to break them socially. I'm not trying to wreck what they can do because
It'll
that's
be a
just an
really
excuse
long-term
for them.
thing. It'd have to probably do over 6 months because these guys are
Well, that's
extra
fine.
careful.
It's going to take 6 months to the line cooking. It's not as bad as a competition between two individuals
Right.
or a group competition. What really gets me is why they're still working here if they want to keep doing this. So I'm going to try to work through my etiquette class with the headmaster, and I'm going to try and get these things to be noticed of what's happening.
Oh, he knows. Like he knows that they're trying to do these things, and it's up to the people around them to realize and be able to respond because this is what it is at the highest level. It's all about me, me, me. It's all about my reputation and my ability. And if anyone is a competitor that I can't outright defeat or is better than me, I need to find a way to overcome them via clandestine means or other indirect means. So, ruin your reputation, ruin people's, um, your current peers' view of what you can do, and it's basically direct sabotage, um, if not directly of your cooking ability, but your reputation itself. So
I mean, I could just do all the cooking myself.
you could, in fact, they do give you 4 stations at one point, because
seems
there
more
was some
ideal.
absentees because of sickness. Because
Sure,
we
and
pulled
then
her.
let's put swiftness selected. Cooking.
You fast.
Five points. But yeah, the only other thing I can think of is getting Vita to take control of camera angles, getting a video evidence of these sabotages, and
The cameras are covered every single time.
We'll get hidden cameras then.
Sure. If you want to make those expenditures.
Actually, just proving that they're covering the cameras is a pretty big no-no unto itself.
You don't see them cover it. You just see that they're covered. They're very
Yeah,
careful.
that's why I
They're very
was
careful.
saying catching them on that would be a big thing too.
True. Mm.
That's great that they cover the cameras, but then we just do other means. So yeah, I'm gonna ruin them socially. That's the plan.
Yeah.
If they wanna try and sabotage me, go for it. I'm still going to be better than them.
Do you mention this to us that people are giving you shit like this?
Yeah. I think killing them's too easy, by the way.
I'm debating whether or not Olwen's going to send somebody to break their legs anyway.
That's up to you.
Oh no, I know. I'm gonna quietly have Julu. I'm gonna ask her if she's up for some sabotage.
What am I doing?
I'll explain to her like what's going on with Luna. I'm not telling Luna about this because Luna is, well, being a goody two shoes about it. But I'm gonna explain what's up with Luna's side of things, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, they're being assholes. What do you think? Want to help me sabotage them?
Give me a month. I want to study their equipment and the stations.
Cool. Don't tell Luna. She's being all goody goody about it.
No, she's a spider. Spiders are patient. It's the worst
Too
type
patient.
of kill. It's the worst type of kill. If I was to end up having to be killed, just do it. I don't want to have to fucking dread over it for 6 months or longer.
Yeah, fair. Just watch them. See if you can't give her a hand every now and then, if you please. Or if you don't want to be involved, that's fine too.
No, I think I'll do. Equipment always fails at the wrong time, right? Especially if
Oh yeah,
if not properly cleaned.
it's a shame when that happens.
Mm.
Just darn
Well,
shame.
I'll probably sneak into the kitchen and like look over all the stations, and then get you tolerances, cause something's weird with your spider. She keeps using like skills and stuff that other people obviously naturally have.
Yeah,
So,
I know.
oh, so that's an official thing. So what about Jenny? Did she borrow Jenny's fire?
I think she can.
I mean, what happens if every time the person tries to cook stuff, it's always too hot or too cold?
Like I said, I feel like she's being too much of goody two shoes about all of this.
I mean, what if they get on a cooking station that requires a direct heat and they use a copper pan that has the best ability to hold an exact heat, and then the fire is too hot, and then they have to dial down the temperature, and then the fire is too cold, and then they have to dial it up, and now it's really too hot, and they constantly have to dial the fire, so their timing's off when they're supposed to deliver their meat.
Let's go talk to Luna. I'm gonna bring her over to talk to you. I'm like, I enlisted a saboteur in your assistance. There you are. Have fun.
Oh, okay.
Hi, I was
Actually.
supposed not to tell you, but now he told me to tell you.
I was
About what?
gonna have her help you quietly because you're being too goody two shoes about it, but she's got some ideas, man.
Okay, like what?
Stick with their temperatures.
Yeah, no,
You
that's a
can-
good idea.
You borrow the fire Jenny and then apply heat or less heat, so their timing's always messed up, even if they're perfect on
Yeah, I
their
do that all
ability.
the time with my cooking, and that's what makes it really effective sometimes.
Well, then, are you good enough to not be able to? I mean, you could apply it to like their stove fires or whatever it is. So anytime they dial it up because it's too cold, and then you just let it go back to normal, and now it's way too fucking hot.
The only thing I don't like about it is that it kind of takes away from the rest of the experience of the people eating it by fucking up their dish. We kind of No.
You're not gonna ruin these people without ruining the meals they're making.
Well,
It's just
I
nothing
took a look
close.
at the kitchen. There's so many other stations that could possibly come in and save the dish. Because it's not say they're doing fish station and you fuck with their fish. There are 4 other fish stations cooking at the same time, and as long as their fish is perfect, they could also just swoop in and save the day on that dish.
Yep.
Or you could just swoop in and save it yourself.
Although that would be a little
Suspicious.
obvious and
Yeah.
suspicious that you always have to.
Shrugs.
I don't know. Either that, or I can like accidentally dick with the gas lines and make sure that um yeah.
There's a lot of things we could do. I almost just had C12 just go break their legs.
That'd be easiest. Not the legs. Why the legs? Hands.
Yeah,
Hands.
and they can't even cook anymore.
Chefs are artists with their hands.
You're right. Their entire arms.
Yeah, that. Specifically the elbows and the wrists.
Just baseball bats. Oh, I'm sure he'll be more creative than a baseball bat. My only concern is I think he might kill them.
We'll just tell them to take their hands with a thermal blade. No fuss, no muss.
Hmm.
I mean, it'll be a high profile, assault, but no blood. They won't. They may die of shock. That's it. Or they may kill themselves because they no longer have hands, and that's their entire job profession. I don't know. It's what the. I mean, this is what they do in the forest.
No, sounds like the exact sort of dickishness that.
Well, first they start with the ear. They take half your ear.
Did they ever take your ears? They didn't touch them.
Nope, mine's too short.
Good.
Mine's the lowest, smallest set of pointy ears you can get. So, and I was a servant anyways, so there's like no point.
I'd just hate for someone to do that to you.
If they took my ear, whatever. Fuck it.
It's just
The rest of me is perfectly fine. Like
I know, but they
I
would
don't,
have.
know, I don't understand
hurt you.
the need for ears. Like, I mean, yes, they'll help you hear, but still, it's like.
But you always
Not
look
really.
so nice, though.
To be fair, I don't get the whole ear thing either.
Oh, it's a societal thing. Yeah.
No, I understand it's a societal thing. Doesn't mean I get it.
Well, what if? Well, let's just say this: their view on the ear thing is the equivalent of way you view your feathers.
Looks at perfectly preened feathers. Yeah, but if I lose all my feathers, I'm not gonna go like kill myself out of shame.
Well, then there's your difference.
Yeah, I'm not a bitch.
Well, there's another thing that's attached to their ear thing as well that you don't have with your feathers. If you lose all your feathers, no one around here is gonna go, "Ooh, you lost all your feathers," and then immediately you're a second-class citizen, and worse. So instead of being viewed as say you're a royal and you're first in line to the throne, if someone takes your fucking ear, now the best thing you can be is a maidservant. And if you lose any part of your other ear, then you're basically a slave at that point. So your little societal standing goes down.
Elves are weird.
If that's what you want to call them. But at the same time, it's kind of hilarious because in personal duels, there's accidents. Everyone always aims for the face and or ears. So
Thoughtful look. So
they always wear these armored things around their ears as part of the helmet, which is really comical. But I mean,
hold on a sec. So let me get this straight. If the prince there was to say lose his ear in the middle of our fight,
they'll have someone regrow it. They have no shame over that.
Well, now I need to know. Now I know what I need to spend my fucking merit on. Make my wounds unhealable.
She just shrugs. You do you, man.
No, I was saying that to you, Matt.
You do you. Pull it off. Awesome. Whatever.
Obviously, I need to make my wounds unhealable now, so that I can just fuck over his ears and fuck over his entire life. Fuck with me, I
That'll,
take your goddamn ears.
that'll do it. All right. Question.
Hmm.
Actually, this will be for Johnny. So do you want to do any of the revenge stuff, or you just kind of leave it for your prolonged patient plan?
I look at it as this way too. It's making me better. Them still trying to do this. It's just me improving, like adapting to the situation.
Yeah.
I still say we break out of their arms. But, you do you, boo. Of course, I say that, but Olwen's never had any patience for anybody fucking with her team, so.
That's fine. You're the team leader.
Mm.
Luna, when you approach her about it, kind of has this thoughtful,
Well, yeah.
it's kind of the way a predator kind of goes. Yeah, I know. And she's got
Matt
a lot
said
of
she's looking
eyes.
for John.
I'm pretty
No.
sure. Of course, it's in the Luna way, but you can tell in the eyes. The eyes are like, "We're gonna fuck this bitch up."
Hmm.
All right. You think on it. I'm gonna ask Johnny to do some stuff. Partway through the second week, Ash Chen, you're the head chef. He's like, "All right, so I was able to get you something to work with."
Work with more ingredients.
No, magic ingredients.
Well, yeah, ingredients. Yes.
Mm, we have a different name for it where I come from because they are um, fucking hard to get a hold of. But for some reason, in the temple, people like to throw money at us and supplies at us, which is technically just money because the people we train here end up serving directly under their houses, and I only train 3 magic chefs because we don't have enough resources for more. Nor do I trust myself to be able to properly teach more than 3 disciples at once. I kicked out one of my previous ones for your space.
Oh.
I wanted to give him one last week to actually be able to produce a magical dish, which he failed to do so. In fact, he burned down part of my kitchen. But that's part of the plan, or that's part of the experience. Sometimes the kitchen light's on fire. Sometimes pots explode. Yeah.
So, for example, having the skill in herbology is, or alchemy, for example, could be good in this situation.
It would be very good. In fact, if you were a proficient alchemist, this would be a very different experience because you would play with magical ingredients all the time, and you're able to magically understand the innate properties inside what you're cooking with. So if you're just a normal ass chef, research, study about every last thing you can get your hands on about the ingredients you're going to play with. I handed you, I kind of seeded one of my small notebooks into your textbooks that I had given you. You probably already read it because, well, I already actually kind of quizzed you on it earlier this week. About the ingredient that is most common. It's actually a weed. You can believe that. It grows on dead bodies
I see.
of key users, and we find them on massive battlefields in the East. They actually feed only on the ki from within the body. Sometimes the ki users, when they die, they don't exactly, the ki is trapped within their body, continually circulating, because there's a specific bloodline that's attached to this. You've heard of the bloodline that refuses to give up?
Yes.
If they practice ki circulation and they still end up perishing, their body still is like, I refuse. And it continues to circulate the ki within the body. If a certain type of plant, which, you know, may or may not naturally or artificially find its way onto said bodies, latch on and they actually grow off feeding off ki. And that's how they become magical. So there's actually quite a lot of these that we can get from the East. Again, they're super expensive, but you should know what you're cooking with. So they have a bitter element because they feed off of the death. So it's particularly that specific thing. They also have a little bit of a sour element to it because of
I
it.
see.
There's one nasty bit about these things because of the death. They have a bit of rot to it. It's in the aftertaste. It's this cloyy, unnatural, sweetened kind of rot. In fact, since it's magical, it actually fills the nose as well. And if you don't tame it, it actually turns into a vision, a partial glimpse of where this plant came from and how it was harvested.
A little bit of a hallucination.
Yes, exactly. So, and that all comes from just eating it. They get a short flashes of hallucination. Their body flushes and then completely drains of heat. They taste and smell rot in the aftertaste. It is hard to tame, but it's actually easiest to work with here. That's why they sell it to us in such large quantities, even though they still charge an absolute a lot for it. Light and heat gets rid of a lot of it. If you heat it up too high or infuse too much light in it, it completely kills the magic bits of it. Just makes it a normal weed, which makes it useless, worthless. Your job is to ride that fine line of removing all of the nasty effects from it, and then making a dish that supports a bitter, earthy, and sour dish. If done properly, it's a unique experience because every single person gets their own adventure from the mat. They taste their own. They taste something unique per person. That's why everyone likes it. My dish, even though it's made literally from the same batch, tastes completely different from someone else's. Sometimes, if the person really, really is expecting it to taste a certain way, it tastes exactly the way they want it to, whether for good or for ill. Magic dressers are weird. The biggest thing is it will increase your inner power if cooked perfectly.
I see.
Absolute perfect, and it has to be served at the appropriate time. Some dishes, you actually have to cook it twice. This one, not so much, but the next one, you actually cook it, serve it on a plate, and let the customer stare at it, let them smell it, let them, want it. And then you take the main thing, you put it back in the firing pan, and throw everything else out on the plate. And then you serve it again. And then they actually get to eat it this time. It's a 3-hour ordeal of them waiting for food.
But the magical anticipation is what.
Well, no,
drives it.
it's when you first cook it and actually serve it with a specific arrangement. The
Right.
visual arrangement is super important because it builds anticipation. And then the smell, it's a magical smell. It permeates off and it fills the room, and it does horrible and wonderful things to the customers who are waiting, who smell it. Unfortunately, on first serve, it's poisonous. It's actually a nerve toxin. It'll kill them instantly. On second cook, which we actually cook it a very specific way, it actually turns into a very bland and tasteless dish. Still magical, but we serve it that way because the anticipation completely changes the way they taste it. It's a magical dish.
On the plus side too is that the first dish can entice multiple people. It doesn't just have to be.
Just be careful. If you do not serve them something, they turn into a ravenous, unreasonable, just uncontrollable thrall. If you don't serve them the dish with this specific ingredient in it, once you've already exposed them to the smell.
So what about if there's bystanders? Collateral damage?
Well, what you're gonna need to do is knock them unconscious.
I see.
Yeah, it's bad, and there will be lasting effects. It's basically like a drug.
Right.
So, very addictive drug, and that's what the high society ends up getting roped into. If you get served in improperly cooked dishes and improperly prepared dishes, it turns into an actual crippling addiction that they literally will waste themselves and their empire on.
I'm just thinking this dish would be perfect for those individuals that are being assholes right now.
And just
Like
deal with
those
them. They're not
smart.
worth it.
Yeah,
So
I know.
their careers, if you were to put a money total on them, 250,000.
That's fine.
Not
I know
200.
what my career
25,000
and
gold
what
coin.
I'm worth.
That's what their careers are worth.
Yeah.
A level 2 herb is worth 500k.
Yeah, that's fair.
And that's if you get a discount and know the direct distributor.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna have you use this one. Basically you can have whatever name you want for it. The name we use for magical ingredients it's called Zhao Shi or Zhao Kui. If you're not a native. So if you're from here, it's Zhao Kui. But if you're from the eastern lands, they call it Zhao Shi. The Q is pronounced differently. Yeah, you're going to be dealing with the most common. So I'm going to give you 3, so you get to practice 3 times. If you can actually pull off a edible dish, and I have very, very high standards, then I will take you as officially my disciple of the 3 remaining spots. I will guarantee you, do not fret if you fail this time. That doesn't mean it's going to be filled by someone else. Somebody has to make an edible dish.
Yeah.
Before they can, I'm even willing to take them on. So here are your ingredients. Here's my private kitchen. It's fully stocked.
Oh, I know.
Fully stocked.
Let's get started then. So it's going to be easy on this one. I'm just going to channel Ali and Stick both at the same time while making up this dish by myself.
The bitterness comes from the regret of death and the failure to beat the Red Horizon. And what makes the dish really, really dangerous is that it's infected by the Red Horizon.
Interesting.
If you improperly prepare it, it has very subtle consequences.
Interesting.
If you die and meet the Red Horizon, you auto fail.
While preparing it, if you
eat it,
like a curse.
If you eat it,
okay.
You eat it and it is improperly prepared, it's infected with the Red Horizon, which doesn't affect the taste at all.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
It's a curse. The curse of the Red Horizon.
Oof.
Yeah, it's really bad. Most people don't ever beat the Red Horizon anyways, but if you prepare this dish improperly and don't cure it or cure the curse attached to it, which has nothing to do with the flavor palette and how it affects anything revolving the planet itself. Yeah, you can't overcome the Red Horizon because you let the curse inside you, and the curse is not visible at all to any of those any mystic beyond someone who's looking for it.
Well, this is very important information because it might be used someday on a terrible individual. But yeah, no, that's good. That is excellent. So
you said a terrible individual, and I'm not clear if you meant somebody on the team or not.
No, not on our team. No. Luna loves everyone on the team.
still just saying, you gotta be particular on that front because we're all pretty terrible people.
Okay, let's continue.
One moment.
All right. Let us pause.
Yeah. Sorry, I just had to finish using the restroom. All right. So the sourness comes from the rot itself.
Mm-hmm.
It's that magic. That's where all the effects you described come from. That cloyy, sour sweetness to it. It is palpable to your nose. In fact, it to your god's nose. It's one of the worst things you've ever smelled because of that magical pervasiveness that infects deep into your sinus canal,
Okay.
and it actually builds in potency the more you breathe it in, either on your tongue, the back of your throat, in your nose, on the the tip of your tongue. Like, ugh, it is awful. And there's 3 of them, so it's 3 times as bad.
Is
So
that how
you
that
may need.
works?
Well, no,
Yeah.
it doesn't follow the logical sense.
No. I'm just wondering.
The buildup of that horridness builds up 3
Okay.
times
Yeah.
as fast.
So what you were saying, Matt?
So you need to be able to prepare a dish and a method of getting rid of that bitter sourness and somehow cleansing it of the curse and serving it in a dish that's like doable. You don't want to get rid of all of the sourness.
Mm-hmm.
You just want to tame that rottenness. You can leave the bitterness alone if you so wish, or you can curb it, because the bitterness is not the issue. It's just the bitterness is attached to the curse.
Right.
You're not sure if you can dissociate it, or if you remove the bitterness itself, is the curse gone? You don't know. It's also a really rugged weed. Like, it's not appetizing to look at. It's kind of this sickly green purple thing.
Mm.
The stalk is
Lettuce.
a little too thick. The leaves are a little too rugged. They have little hairs on them.
Oh.
It's
Okay.
it's really ugly. But people pay a lot of money to eat this. A lot of money. So, yeah. You're excused from classes for the rest of the day to do this.
This should be fine. Guess I just need to talk to the plants, right? Get a vibe from the plants.
You really want to vibe with literal death?
Not literal death.
Sorry, you're right. The Red Horizon?
That's just how Allie would have done it, right? It's how the Mystic would have done it.
It's up to you. Very rarely does the Red Horizon even poke its head out of its own domain, or has the ability to.
Yeah, that's a power somebody went through a lot of trouble to make very powerful by making very, very particular.
You know what's a good way to denounce the amount of thresholds you got? By putting the thing underneath your characteristic. Be like, all right, I put intelligence for intermediate, which means I can have a +6. Perception is none. Willpower is +10. 10. Yeah, that's not too bad.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent way to do that.
5, 5, 5. So then it's going to take the evening to do that, eh? That should be fun. Trial and error.
Trial and
So I guess I'll channel the Languid Path from Ali, and I'll channel the Mystic's alchemy skill or ability, and try to formulate an idea that I can work with these, like what kind of ingredients I could use, how I can go about making this divine. Also presentation, because I don't have any examples. I could use my searing abilities on the plan as well to kind of get an idea of what things would work well with it, the possibility. Right. I could do the fourth eye of knowing on the plan itself, but that also brings down to the fact of, hey, here's a lot more than you need to know. Or maybe not how this person died, who knows. But those things would be very valuable. What I can take my time with this. Yeah. That's pretty much it.
All right. Gotta be very careful with using any spiritual abilities on it that give you extra insight to it because of that red sun lurking in the background.
Mm-hmm.
If you go too far into it and the red sun catches you, you will be in a red sun horizon event.
Interesting. Okay. That's why I'm taking my time with this. No rush.
How do you want to store them? Because just storing them under a silver dome on a silver platter, which is where he shows you, does not keep the smell out, and the smell will build.
Hmm. Saying like put them on someone's planet or Cat's World, but usually they need to be with me. I do could do Cat's World though.
What if you don't have those powers available to you?
That's true. Yeah, I could wrap them up in strength thread. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping them in a capsule until they're ready to be used.
Just pretend as if you're a chef with no special powers. How would they go about it?
Putting them in the fridge or curating
Magic
them,
ingredients.
washing them
Remember, they
off.
don't obey the law of physics.
Yeah.
The law of logic.
And water them down and I'd wrap them. That's what I'd do. To, Get rid of the smell.
Remember, he emphasized a fully stocked kitchen. So
Like either in a container. That also would work. Because really all we're doing is just getting rid of the smell, right?
locking
we
the
work.
smell, containing the smell, neutralizing the smell, whatever.
Yeah, I think that just putting it in an airtight container would do it, wouldn't it? Like you said. I mean, it doesn't hurt to at least try.
Now, Matt, are you asking what I'm going to do for...
To seal off the smell.
Yeah, so I've already used the container, but are you saying when I'm actually cooking with it?
Oh, you actually put it in an airtight container?
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually works. A plastic container.
Yeah. Perfect.
With your God's ears, though, you can hear that it is building pressure, though. Atmospheric pressure is increasing.
Let's change out the lid to have one of those like little things that pop up, kind of like release it slowly instead of building
That'll be
pressure.
really potent when it does. It might be all just a continual stream at one point.
You're gonna want to get the cooking process started quickly before this builds too much.
Yeah. Maybe I'll just have to put it in a larger container. Put it in another container. Put these containers inside another larger container.
And then put that container instead of another larger container. Then put that container into a cooler. And then put that cooler into the fridge.
What we're doing is a Russian doll. Exactly. Okay. So yeah, let's get going. What ideas I can come up with, how I can implement them.
Shouldn't you just start working on the recipe at this point? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What are you gonna use for your main parts of the dish? Like, what are you gonna serve it with? Because it's a weed, so you have to prepare it a very certain way. Are you gonna use the leaves, or are you gonna get rid of the leaves? Are you gonna use the stalk, or are you gonna get rid of the stalk?
So when I'm actually preparing the dish, there's a few things that I'd like to try out. One is cutting the hairs off the plant themselves.
It takes you just literally grab the leaf and scrape it along the
Yeah.
leaves.
That's quick and dexterous. And then I'm going to So I'm going to mix those hairs with a citrus blend, almost like you do the same with the shredding of the outside to make a spice. I'm going to be doing that and adding it to the hairs while chopping them up with my magical chef knife. I've kind of had it oiled for a while now.
Okay.
Give it
You're
more
gonna
of
add
a
that volcanic.
volcanic taste to the bitterness.
It's actually so you're gonna attack the bitterness with the earthy volcanic ash.
Yeah.
Okay. Like how much are you trying to impart on the bitterness?
I'm more going
Get rid
for
of
like.
it? Are you trying to completely subdue it?
Nope. I'm trying to, let's say, enhance the overall bitterness of it.
Oh, you're gonna empower the bitterness.
Yeah.
A black aura fills that part. The red sun horizon, you can almost see it.
Interesting.
So you have confirmed that it is attached to the red sun horizon.
Hmm. And hmm. Sorry, old one, but I'm thinking bird. I'm thinking of getting
A fowl.
either a pigeon or some other type of gamey meat.
You think I don't eat other birds?
Oh, I know you do. I just what came to mind, and I was like, sorry, old.
There's
I'm the alpha
there's
bird. of
other
the
gamey
puppy.
meats. They have actual gamey like boar and elk and bear. They even have bear.
Hmm.
Bear.
You know, bear is a very difficult meat to
Oh, I know. Dealing with
cook.
that fucking hunter, whatever his name is.
Because there's this pervasive flavor and smell to it. And
Mhm.
if you don't deal with it, it is disgusting to eat. Just
Yeah.
bear. Bear.
Dude,
Bear.
do bear.
Bear.
Do bear. Do bear.
Yeah, too bear. Too much bear.
Do the bear.
Yeah. Either that or duck would be interesting. Hmm.
I vote bear. If there's a vote.
Uh.
Bear.
Yeah. No, this should be interesting. So then I'm gonna smoke some
Or-
meat.
I was gonna say, or you could actually, like, I don't know, use a night creature. That'd be interesting too.
No night creatures allowed at the day court.
Bitches.
I know, right? Me and the chef had this conversation. Fuck. All right, yeah. I'm gonna smoke it, and I'm gonna use the magical leaves that are left over the fucking the plant itself in that process. So I'm gonna smoke it and then give it a good barbecuing, and it's gonna be
With
slab
your
of
empowering
meat.
of the bitterness, though, you have found a way to fully curse the entire meal, like the way you would apply give a curse pelt to someone.
Right.
So, congratulations on really sticking to Kraw's teachings, man.
Of course.
In fact, with the empowerment, you can kind of feel that not only will you fail, but it will put you against your worst matchup, and then have you fail and laugh at you as you are cursed to lose.
You just get the whole experience as well. This is a full course death.
It's a full course of death. This plant is just like, damn. This thing puts insult to injury way beyond that. And if you were into make the dish even more bitter, you kill them instantly.
Yeah.
It's not even poisonous. You just magically kill them with the bitterness.
I bet Clarity would love this.
Clarity would die and not get back up. He would love it for one chew.
Oh,
So, yeah.
So now we have to get rid of the curse.
You have three root or three full weeds. So this would be a throw out.
Okay.
Because this is not edible now. Whatever you did to this plant, so you would have to throw it out because this is literally you're dealing with death at this point.
I see.
That's why he gave you 3, because he gave you
Mhm.
no information on how to prepare it. So he gave you 3 plants to figure your shit out. And he only wants 1 edible
Yeah,
dish.
final dish. Yep.
But that volcanic, if you don't empower the bitterness, you can actually use it to subdue the bitterness with earth and
Yeah.
ash. So
Because charcoal's not a bad
yeah, you
not a
charcoal it.
bad combo with food, and if I could do that to say some
Oh, you could smoke it with with the charcoal, the way you were talking about barbecue.
yeah. All right, let's do that instead then.
You use a knife, because you can actually put the
But
knife in.
instead of that, let's do a salmon dish. I'll go grab
Smoked
I'm
salmon.
yeah, like a smoked salmon with the
How do you want to put the are you gonna smoke the salmon, or are you gonna smoke a lot of the ingredients with it?
yes,
Where and how are you applying this weed? Are you going to dice up the leaves? Are you going to dice up the stem? Like, what are you going to do? Because the stem is the size of a celery.
right.
Um, the roots are pretty robust. Um, with your examination, the roots are the safest, but they have
Mhm.
no flavor,
Right.
and they have the least magical bits apart. The hair, get rid of the hair. It's just
It's
the hair on the
useless.
leaves and the stalk. It's kind of like eating fiberglass.
Okay.
I mean, you'd have to boil it
Right.
and blanch it, and it's just. It, I mean, you could probably find a purpose later if you were desperate, but I mean, you have 3 of them, so you could probably do something.
Mhm.
Majority of it. The leaves can be diced kind of like the way you would parsley or thyme or any other of those, and then you can of course sprinkle it on or mix it in or however you want.
Well,
Um,
can I get it smoky? Can I dry out the like in
yeah, you can dry out the leaves.
and then kind of try to make a smoke, a liquid smoke or something that I could do from
What
that?
are you using to get rid of the sourness? Because no, smoking won't get rid of the sourness. You have to use some sort of counterbalance, or you have to soak it in something, or you have to marinate it, or you have to like blanch it, or find a neutralizing agent, or
Yeah. I was just thinking what about alcohol? Burning it up in alcohol.
oh yeah, alcohol will get rid of that. Actually, pretty hard. Um, what type of alcohol are you
That
using?
is the question.
Neutral? Are you using a neutral?
Smoky maple whiskey. If I can get something like that, I'm thinking
The kitchen is fully stocked.
something like that. I was thinking.
Depends on how rich you want it to be, how old, how infused, because he has like century-old bottles of whiskey, maple whiskey,
Well,
or
you
he
know
has
what I'll
something
do?
where
I'll
it
do
goes
my
sour.
knowing on bottles instead of the actual dish, the final dish. How about
There's a 50-year bottle that you could use
that? Okay.
that won't overpower the smokiness.
Right.
It's a cherry wood, actually.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Cherry wood barrel it was cooked in. In fact, no smokiness whatsoever. It'll actually add a little cherry flavor, because the whiskey will actually add the smokiness to itself because
Yep.
it's an earthy blend. So it's an earthy cherry or a cherry uh, strong alcohol.
Mhm.
And that'll eat up the sourness because you're adding a sweetness to it.
Perfect. I think that should be really interesting.
Yeah. You can actually see it diffuse. Like you can actually see something come out. There's this oil. There's a centimeter of oil on the top of when you cook it in
Right.
whiskey and let it settle. And you know exactly if you were to feed that to someone, they would have stomach ulcers and they would throw up for hours. That little strip of oil.
Mm. 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 I guess we have to save that in a bottle somewhere, don't we?
Please do.
Yep.
I could think of several uses for that.
It'd also be really good if someone were to have ingested something really bad
Right.
and you need something to force them to throw up. This will 100% force them. Basically, you can guarantee someone is going to be sick for the day.
Yep.
Because they're going to be sick for the whole day.
Sucks to suck.
Oh,
Ingested.
we could use like a drop of that to take out somebody before a duel if we don't feel like having it.
Yep. Exactly. I was thinking the same thing, Lee.
Yeah, if you were to serve this in someone's food or slip this into someone's food and it's a ranked match and you're like, I really don't want to have the ranked match, you can make them sick for the whole day.
Yeah. Perfect. And I'll be using tails of the salmon and this hot smoked. The lemon sauce. No, that doesn't sound good. Actually, by itself would probably be good, or a nice cottage, not maybe not cottage cheese, but a nice cheesy dip. It's like sour cream, but no, not that. Yeah, no, that should be fine. So we'll have them in little bite-sized, like almost like starters or appetizers in that sense, on a nice toasted bun with a creamy, cheesy underlay, with pieces of the smoked salmon after it's all finished on top.
So you're gonna put you said you're gonna sprinkle it on top or
Bun, cheese, salmon.
Oh. So what parts of it? Because you do know that the more you use roots, stem, leaves, the more this flavor is going to, or the more you're going to have to control these flavors and balance them.
Right.
But at the same time, the more you use, the more magic you infuse into the dish.
Well, how about we make that cheesy sauce, that little thing that on top? We'll chop up the root. We'll nice and finely chop it up and add it almost like a coleslaw to this cheese infusion, and go from there.
Okay.
So there's two
all
parts.
3 pieces.
Yeah, pretty much.
Minus the
hairs, right? Because they're useless.
You could probably infuse something like the final bits of magic. It's basically the equivalent of um, making a masterpiece or a pinnacle piece.
Right.
The hair is the deciding factor. But the hair is just like it's so unappealing and so uncooperative. And how would you even begin to infuse that into the meal to make it edible? Because it's literally dealing with fiberglass sticks. Ugh. It can get stuck in the
Yeah.
throat. It can get stuck into the gums, in between the teeth, on the tongue.
You just have to soften them. Get something acidic in there, or maybe a little dairy.
Yeah.
What type of acid would you use? Natural acid.
I was thinking of a lemon squeeze. Put over top.
It's acidic, but you're gonna have to do better.
Yeah.
There's only two things you can think of: a vinaigrette, like vinegar,
Right.
and the only other thing you could probably think of is some sort of citrus infusion, like lemon, but you're gonna have to make it stronger. You're gonna literally have to soak the hairs in vinegar for almost an hour
What about
before you can
pineapple?
apply it. You could do a pineapple,
That would really break them
but you're
down.
also trying to add a pineapple sweetness to
Yeah.
cherry, and you're trying to add a pineapple sweetness to cheese and salmon.
Yeah.
So you're
Yeah.
probably going to want to do cherry. So
You
the
think we
cherry
could get a
salmon.
cherry as the acidity from cherry, or maybe amplify
No,
that
not
cherry
the
flavor?
not the acid. You're going to be using vinegar to kill it,
Right.
and
And then
then
putting
adding
into a cherry
cherry to
sauce.
add it to cherry, and then you're going to use your knife to add that smoky cherryness to
Okay.
improve on the whiskey flavor.
Okay.
Because you don't want to lose that whiskey flavor.
We're still talking about the hairs here, right?
Say again?
We're still talking about the hairs for next thing, right?
Right.
I guess we could have like a salad, right? Hmm. I'm just thinking about like wrapping these leaves within this vinaigrette, kind of like make them as the top layer of the almost like your lettuce or something you'd add to a sandwich, kind of like rolling them up really neat and finely and making little rows of them all. And let's make the vinaigrette have almost like a kick that the kind of gets amplified from these hairs. So we could
All right. You can definitely apply this infusion. In fact, the hairs disintegrate into a
mhm,
gel, kind of
right.
this gross kind of gel thing, and it's kind of nasty. You'll have to infuse it into something else, and maybe you can make a sauce out of it or a gravy. But right now, it's this really gross like gelatin,
Okay.
and also now it has a vinegar taste to it. Um, So you're gonna have to do something fancy with this gel. But it's no longer fiberglass.
It's good. What could I do with this gel? Oof. Let's make it into a jam. Put it on the top layer of the piece of bread we have.
A jam.
Yeah.
Not a gravy or turn it into a vinaigrette or something that you can drizzle on top or onto the side for the dipping sauce.
I mean, yeah, that would also work, but I was just thinking.
Does a jam work with your current meal? Think with exactly what you got. You got a cheese,
Mhm.
a smoked salmon. Where's the vegetables?
Well, that was my idea about the salad, right? But then I was also gonna kind of turn this thing, which I thought we were already doing to vinaigrette. I thought you said that the vinaigrette turned into the gel once we added it to the vinegar.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time somebody added like
Well,
berries
the
to
hairs
vinaigrette,
when you
I would
added
like to
them to
say.
vinegar
Right.
in a thing turned into a gel after.
Right. And then we were gonna make a vinaigrette.
Yeah, you can do something out of that.
And then
you have to
use
blend
these.
it and then yeah. Are you going to use a vinaigrette on the salad, or are you going to chop up the leaves and put them and kind of sprinkle it over the top of the a seasoning across the smoked salmon?
I was thinking like a little drizzle top.
Okay. So what are you going to do with the leaves?
The leaves were used for the smoking process.
Okay, that's right.
Remember we
And
dried them
then what
out?
about the stem?
The stem, that was chopped up finely into the cheese
Okay,
coleslaw
that
type
was
thing.
that was the roots.
The roots. Oh, the stem?
Yeah, it's like a celery type of thing. It's that thick.
Oh, I thought that was included with the root.
Nope. No, literally they pulled the root out. Like you actually have roots.
Ah,
So there's 4 pieces: the hair that you
okay.
just shaved off, the
Yeah.
leaves, the stem, like the stalk,
Yeah, yeah.
the roots attached to the bottom. We have figured out what to do with the roots because they're kind of bland and tasteless, but they're still magical. You put that into that ton of cheese sauce. You put the leaves as part of the smoking process. So you wrap the tuna in it and smoked it. You've put the hairs into a vinaigrette, and then you've got the stem.
Let's make a stock out of it. Can we do that?
Okay. What are you going to use the stalk for?
We're gonna have like a miso type soup.
Oh,
For
we're gonna make a miso out of it.
Yeah.
Is there gonna be bits of it left, or are you only gonna use it as a stock?
Um,
And it's okay if you don't. I mean, if you make a stock out of it, you have to reserve some on the side to add to it.
yes.
But that'll then be actually eating the stock itself rather than just the.
Nope, just the stock. No added.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I kind of got what you got. So it's gonna be kind of a cherry smoked with a cheese sauce. Is it a macaroni and cheese, or is it?
No, not a macaroni and cheese. This is more like a cottage cheese type of deal.
Oh, you're making a cottage cheese. Okay, and then.
Oh fuck! I should have done that with the vinegar, because that's really all I got to do is milk and vinegar to make cottage cheese. Oof, that would have been
You can do that if
interesting.
you'd like.
Yeah, that would kind of save up on the vinegar side of sitting and having to drizzle. You could make it a. That'd be interesting.
You have cottage cheese. Okay. And then you have that miso. Anything? Do you put the salmon in the miso?
It's going to be yes, salmon will be included. Some pieces of the smoked salmon.
Where's the cheese? Is that something you drizzle into the miso on top?
Nope, cheese is on top of the bun portion. That's only where that's touching.
Okay. Awesome. So it's is the bun dippable?
Yes,
Is
of
that part the
course.
design? Okay. Okay. So I need a cooking test per ingredient or per part of the plant you're using, so 4, and they're going to be 1d100s.
Okay,
this is big
so
boy.
I was channeling Ali's language path.
Yep. So that'll give you all of the OP shit that you put into Allie's languid path.
All right,
You're
so
gonna have
we're
to
doing
roll for each one, and you're in the kitchen for about 4.5 hours.
okay.
Preparing all
Okay,
this.
so let's just do the first one D100 for the first ingredient. Okay, second D100 as Luna.
Remember the languid path. You spend over an hour.
Right.
You get to roll additional per and take
Yep.
the best. Remember?
Okay. So, well, in that case, there was the first roll, and then here's the extra. There's a 1.
Yeah, there's
okay.
a 1.
And then let's do the first one. See what we do. 63, not too great. So let's do the other ones. A 34, I guess I'll have to take. Is what it is for the second one. Because
you roll them all together at once and pick the best.
We'll do it like this. Well, the way it was an additional roll, and then you gave her 4 additional rolls, so let's just do 5 then, if that makes things easier for you.
Roll them all at once. Well, no,
Sure.
it should be a total of 4. So I gave
Total
her
of
3
4?
additional. Yes, total
Okay.
of 4.
Okay. So,
Mhm.
all right.
Got
There's a 15.
And then you get one more.
One more. A 3.
Okay. Any willpower test not to eat some of this as you go?
Of course.
As after you put it all together on the table, because it's like
It's a D100 willpower test, of course.
Yeah. Oh my god, you pass it around the nose. You're like, oh, you're carrying it out the tray. It's almost shaking because it's almost a compulsion to try this.
Yeah, yeah.
And you deliver it, and he kind of looks it over, and you crush it. And he eats a good portion of it, half of it. Eats one of the 2 rolls you made, half of the soup, and he pushes the rest of it towards you. Finish it. And he already has this beautiful folder that he's opened, and it's made this leather bound critique binder that he has, and he starts writing on it very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to be told twice. You can go ahead and eat that. And
Okay.
It will be a pinnacle dish. Holy crap. It is delicious.
Excellent.
Mm.
I worked hard on it.
Yep. You will be added to the 3 proteges. You will be adding magical cooking as a new skill.
Nice.
You can actually put your cooking at a 4 now.
Oh.
All 4 check marks. You'll be the first to get it, but you have to do something that beyond to actually be able to prepare to get that 4th check mark.
So this is the next tier, magical cooking.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the space off for skill-wise?
That is going to actually be off your influence rating.
I thought so.
So
nice.
All right, so magical cooking, specifically for this dish, the tier base gives you based off the tier and the number of ingredients you use of the weed, basically dictates how much magic you can pull from the herb.
Right.
So if you were able to prepare this meal every time, which is a pinnacle dish, and it is a custom recipe that has been proven to use all the parts. It will require 5 chefs to prepare.
Oh, really?
To get the timing right. You are 5 chefs.
Yes.
So, and they have to do this in perfect
synchronicity.
So add this, whatever you want to name it, add this to your cookbook, because this guarantees a pinnacle
dish.
With there are 3 ingredients that are stupidly hard to come by. Of course, the wheat itself.
Yep.
The whiskey you used.
Yes, exactly. Because I needed to find whiskey. That. Yes, of course.
And the salmon itself. Mm-hmm. It does not come from the mountains.
All right.
So if you can get those three ingredients, you can literally make this dish whenever. Cool part. It actually gains merit.
Oh, did I just eat some merit? Nice.
Yeah, basically that's what it does. Magical dishes actually grant merit.
Well, sounds like
you
we need to
just-
get some magical dishes.
Yeah. Add 10 merit.
Nice. I'll add that to my bonus.
I couldn't decide exactly what I wanted it to grant you, but
Yeah.
I was like, you know what would be amazing if it just granted you your fulfillment.
Yep.
This does tax you.
Of course.
You will be gaining 2 fatigue, and for the rest of the day for making
Well,
this.
can I not do my meditation to try to get rid of?
Of course, you can use your
Yeah.
meditation to get rid of it.
I was gonna
but
say that was
still,
my second one I got on my meditation roll. So the fatigue thing and the light.
as part of his
Yeah.
disciple, after you've eaten, he hands you his critique, flawless execution.
Excellent.
Keep
Well, you
this on
did
the
say it was a
DL,
pinnacle, right?
Keep
So
this on the DL though,
yep.
because pinnacle recipes are worth as much, if not more, than 2 tiers higher of the herb used.
Right. Well,
This is-
first it has to be made.
Right. Well, and here's the thing: if successful and vouched for, which he literally
Yeah.
wrote a vouchment for your recipe as part of the critique. If you were to sell your recipe, you could directly buy a level 3 herb, magic herb, with
Nice.
it.
Nice.
Because if you have a pinnacle recipe for a level 1, and it's guaranteed results if you prepared exactly how, you can use and sell the recipe for a single level 3 herb.
That's pretty sweet.
Two tiers higher.
Yeah.
So, for normal people, instead of merit, it will just improve their physical stats
Okay.
across the board.
Right. Fair enough. Yeah.
It's a +3 across all characteristics.
Because it's kind of like eating a pill in that sense, but it's
It
different.
is-
Yeah.
It is no. It is alchemy. It is
Yeah.
a different form of alchemy. It is basically like eating an elixir and a pill smashed together in a better form.
With flavor and yeah.
Well, and the thing is, a lot of it, since it's magical, it's all based off. The improvements are all based off of how the chef prepares it, but most importantly, of how the eater eats it.
Mhm.
What their perception and what they expect and what they get out of the experience. That actually directly influences what they get out of the pill. For merit users, it's just merit.
Yeah.
For normal people, they can get up to 3 characteristics across all stats.
Oh, nice.
Up to the limit, of course.
So this is how we find out if people have merit or not. I mean, if people are in the
necessarily.
game, we just need to keep feeding them.
1 sec.
It's like, it's this person gaining stats as I look them over.
Johnny,
Yeah.
you need to make more of this.
Guess what? There's still 1 point left. Another recipe.
Feed me. No, seriously, fucking feed me, goddamn it! I want this shit. Take free goddamn money.
I fucking say so. Oh, that's a nice bonus. Beautiful.
Free goddamn merit. Yeah, fucking take free goddamn merit, motherfucker.
105. What is that? Yes. Probably spend that into my next influence. Put up to 30. Tasty. All we need to do is just get John to die and then get this weed to grow. And with Flock's help.
I think that there's a permadeath required in that.
Was it permadeath? Oh, I didn't hear him say permadeath. I just knew it grew off of the key
body.
users. Yeah.
They're direct corpse, and if You get back up from the red sun, there is not a corpse.
True, but is there a corpse during the red sun?
Yeah.
We just get flocked to
Yeah.
like amplify the growth of the plant and then harvest. And when John gets back up, it's like, huh, what's up, guys?
It's like, it's totally.
Oof, that was a big oof on that one there. Oh. Oh, oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. There's one more part to that thing about with Ali, that how many dishes were made during that time. 1d3. Oof. I might have some more for you, Liam.
Feed me,
Yeah.
Seymour.
Oh fuck! I'll wait for Matt to confirm, but this is a grand idea.
This is a grand idea. I could use all of the merit possible because I have way too many goddamn powers.
Oh fuck! I hear you.
Before I realized it, I had like 9 different powers I've got developing. Honestly, I'm probably gonna take all of this and put it into nothing but my fucking what's it called? War chest.
Oh, is that what Matt called it for your patron thing?
No, it's a I don't know what it is. It's an unknown power that it's the one that I was starting to buy time powers at first.
Yeah, that one. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I've just named it War Chest for now.
Yes.
So I find out what it is.
It's pretty much I put money into this, merit into this, see what happens.
Yeah, and you know what? You want to know how far in I am at this point? 75 out of 500.
I was thinking about 20%. Yeah.
Yeah. A little bit more than 20%, but it's hard to judge on an odd number like that.
You said 75 out of 500, right?
Yeah. That's roughly.
Would it be a little less than 20% though?
No, because I'm almost a fifth of the way through.
Right, and a fifth is 20%, right?
Yeah, no, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just under.
Yeah, I get you. But another 10 would make that 5, and then we'll get the time jump, and then I'm sure you're gonna put some merit into that when we get that done.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna dump a lot of merit in for that, because if I can unlock the time jump, I was, and I'm going to quote here on the promised that I would be able to open any facility,
Tasty.
for better or for worse. That is a direct quote.
Ellie, I think. Poor Ellie.
My only concern is it was for better or for worse. That was what I was getting.
I can't wait to roll a 3 on this fucking thing. I'm about to cry. It's like, oh, God damn it. It's like the fish and the wine thing. Jesus. Just somehow more of us came out from what you had. Bread and fish. Which is kind of my combination too. I'm the Spider Jesus. It's confirmed. After this. Unless I roll 1. And then it's like, yeah, no, you're just normal. Normal Spider.
Wait. I think we went 2 very different ways for this.
Just normal Jesus. I was saying Jesus Spider. You're right. The spider is better than Jesus. More powers, at least, I think.
Blasphemous, but correct.
Oh, it's tasty. Are you on the Roll20 right now?
Yes.
Do you see my rolls? My first thing is Luna. Do you see the one? Do you see what location it's at? Like on the chat thing there.
The very first one? Yeah.
Yeah, so when you see the 4D100, is it in the first position or the third position?
I see 4D100s. What are you asking about with it?
The very first one with Luna. You know where the one is?
I see a 1, a 73, a 53, and a 43.
Really? That's interesting. So you can change your numbers back now.
Huh.
Huh. Okay. I didn't think it was. I thought it was just on my server side instead of. No, I guess it is server side. It would make more sense for that.
Yeah, that means it is indeed server side.
Yeah. Fucking sort your numbers. It's dark magic. I mean, it would be dark magic what we're doing right now in the 1700s or something.
Sorry for the delay. I had to interact with roommates.
Matt, I have a very important question for you.
Oh dear lord.
Do I still roll on the 1d3 for amount of things created from this?
No liquid path.
Unfortunately, no. This
Feels
is
bad.
one thing per. So, you are going to be shown what you need to do to be as part of his disciple. You need to know how to harvest these
Of course.
herbs. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what I'm watching. What the fuck? Probably Monster Hunter World.
I've thought about getting that game, but alas, I don't. It's been on sale multiple times.
It's I couldn't get into it super hard. I tried.
Yeah. I mean, I always wanted to get in the Monster Hunter games. Not just even when it came out.
Greedfall.
Greedfall?
Greedfall? Yeah, that one's supposed to be unbalanced but pretty decently fun. It's also a single player RPG, so anybody bitching about it being unbalanced, I'm like, bruh. The biggest thing I've heard for it is that the guns are incredibly broken.
Axis and Allies. You guys ever play that game?
No.
Huh.
That was the RPG though, wasn't it? Or not the
No,
RPG?
that was a board game. It was like World War II board game. You play as the Japanese, the Germans, British, Russia, or USA. Played a lot in uni. But they have an online thing for it now. I bet my buddy and I would enjoy this. 70% though. Feels bad. Paid to play. Never mind. I'll just ignore that.
I like that. I'll just ignore this exists now that I know it's pay to play.
The DLC from Monster Hunter World 2, I guess. A humbug.
Yeah. So the thing they show you is the reason why they're so expensive is they have to transport the dead body that the herb is growing on.
Oh, so you have to. Really? Okay. What if it's a huge ass body? I'm sure you got to do the same thing, right?
They transport it in a large coffin.
Yeah. Oh God. It's like the fucking what's that thing with the children as livestock?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yep. It's like that
They put the
fucking.
rose in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It's kind of like that. Right. That's at least what it reminds me of.
Yeah, I know what that one is. Where the demons make these little
Yep.
reserves. Yeah. No, they transport the dead bodies, and you can't remove the herb. They only last 24 hours outside of their native environment,
Mhm.
and you have to cook it the day of. It is butcher work, but it is easy for you
Because I am a
because you
butcher.
have the knives and you're used to it. That is why they take so much effort. That's why the roots are there. They literally
Mhm.
carve the area
Right.
around where it grows in, and you have to deal with rotting bodies, which is gross.
They're like, oh yeah, this is kind of a gross way to do it, but and you're like, do you know who Craw even is?
Then the people run away. The only bad part about this is they're decaying bodies. It's gross.
Right.
It's just you have to you put on disposable clothes, and they do not expect you to even have them washed. You just throw them away. You cut them up. You basically pull a cylinder out of the body of the flesh and the bone and whatever, and then you have to take your time removing those bits around the roots.
Mhm.
That's what takes a while. And then you throw everything away.
Nice.
And then you serve it day of. So your monthly allowance, as one of his 3, is you get 2 of those per month to play with. He does not allow you to use the same recipe.
Okay, that's fine.
If you are to use that pinnacle recipe, you have to set what they call a diner's privilege.
Okay, so like pay to play.
Yep.
Okay.
Basically, your name is put up on a board. The previous person's name is taken down because there's can only be 3. Your recipe is put up, the name of it, not the actual how to cook it, but the name of your recipe is put up on the board
Right.
for what is
What's
selectable
being
to
served.
eat, what has been
Yes.
approved. The quality in stars has also put up 1 to 5.
So, 5 Michelin stars. Nice.
Yeah, pretty much. Whatever. What is the name of your dish?
Don't be a bitch. What's
No.
his name? Get good, scrub?
I'm just thinking of the location the salmon came from as a tidbit of information. Where did it came from? The east. I know that.
Salmon comes from the east.
Yep.
The alcohol is local.
Yep.
The alcohol is a 10 schmeckel purchase
Mm-hmm.
because it's a 50-year bottle,
Yep.
and it's held in a cask for 50 years
Of cherry wood. Exactly.
of cherry wood. So it's not just sitting in a bottle. It's in the cask for 50 years.
It's aged.
Yeah. It's aged for 50 years. You're right.
for 50.
There is rumored there's only 100 bottles floating around, and you used half of a bottle to cook this. That's not to mention that there isn't another aged cask ready to be opened, but you would have to go purchase a whole cask if you want it to be available, or find a substitute. But you know that it's going to be very hard to find a substitute for this stupid alcohol. You have access to the plant itself, but you have to do the butcher work yourself, which means depending on how well you do depends on how much of the root you save. But knowing you with your 8 arms, you're meticulous because Cross taught you to be, so you won't have any problems with that. Salmon's not hard to get a hold of if you reserve it in advance, especially with the temple. But that whiskey,
Yep.
you can make one more dish with the half you have, but your name is put up on a board. Your dish's name is put up on the board. with 5 stars next to it, which is no one has a pinnacle dish yet with this meal. The best is a 4-star. You have the first 5-star of the temple of this dish. Reservations are by interview. People ask for an interview with the chef.
With the chef, not
Yes.
with the head chef, with the one that's
No.
cooking it.
No, you are the one who's cooking it. You get to interview the person who wants to eat your dish. And if you
Right.
say, nah, then they're striked off the list.
John.
If you want to hate, I will do this for you, Liam. Don't worry about it.
Yes.
I would love to cook for you. That would be that would be more of a short-term goal. So
you are not cooking for multiple people. You are cooking for one privileged person, and they have to pay because a part of it goes to the temple.
Right.
Percentage.
Of course. How much is it?
It's by whatever the chef's charging. It's pay to play, as in the chef, depending on who he targets, goes, yeah, I don't. This is what I charge for it. The minimum payment is 100 schmeckles to the temple. So if you charge the person nothing, out of your pocket comes 100 schmeckles to the temple.
Because that's how much it costs to even get your hands on the ingredients.
Exactly.
Right.
I mean, I think we got enough money for this shit, don't we?
Right. Most of the time,
No, that's a
come
genuine
in
question
and
because I'm
you
not sure where
demand
we're sitting right
invitations, or you demand like privileges, or like you can even demand a pardon at some point if you cook a high enough pinnacle level dish to the right person. Like, that's the difference between elixirs and pills, and then magical cooking. Magical cooking is just, there's no price on it. You can't put a price on it. You interview with the chef and the chef doesn't like you, you're kicked out, and it's shameful because the chef is like, I don't want to cook for you. And people go, wait, what? No, I don't like you. And then they kind of leave, and people are like, oh, the chef kicked him out. And or if you don't like him, you can charge triple. And even half of what you were originally charging is obscene.
Johnny, feed me.
100 speckles.
Do we actually have? I don't even know how much we have in the funds wise anymore.
I haven't touched them.
Yeah, I said I don't know what they are. I didn't say you touched them.
This should be in pack knowledge, I believe.
That's right. Let's see. Pack knowledge. We have 175 schmeckles. This is one of those moments where I'm trying to validate it to myself to spend that much.
You also have the ability to sell other things in replacement.
Yeah, we do have enough shit to actually do exchanges on this.
And yes, it is a cheap way, or not a cheap way. It's an expensive way of infusing your livelihood with extra
How
merit.
much merit is it?
10 for a level 1. A pinnacle recipe gets you 10 merit for 100 schmeckles per one person.
Yeah.
It's expensive, yes.
Hmm.
Higher level recipes will grant a lot more, but they're a lot harder to get pinnacle recipes for, and they are less likely for it to happen in repeat doses. Because level 1, they're weeds. They have found an a repeatable method of growing it. Level 2s, their availability goes down. How much they charge to the temple, percentage-wise, goes up. Merit goes up, but it's not by a significant amount. It's a loss game, really. That's what it is.
Unless you're making like so much schmeckles, it's ridiculous.
Level 2, they don't charge Meckles anymore because they can't put it on it. It requires a level 1 map as a trade.
Oh, I'll just go out and make a fucking level 1 map and trade that for the dish. How about that?
He still has to gain access to a level 2, and he has to somehow find a way to make a pinnacle recipe.
No, I meant for this one. Making a level 1
If
map's
you want
not
to just
hard.
make a level 1 map and pay for it, yeah, they'll take that. They'll take it off your hands very quickly.
Well, I'm gonna want change.
Mm-mm. They are not going to give you change. It's the temple.
I'll
And in
sell
fact,
it
asking
elsewhere.
for change is politically
Yeah,
rude.
dumb. Yes, whatever. Then I'm better off making a level 1 map and then selling it for schmeckles.
Mhm.
How much do I make for that? How much schmeckles does it cost? Like, can I make off of a level 1 map?
Depends on how much danger is involved. If there is absolutely zero danger and it's just go collect your fun things, and you have guaranteed that there are a couple items on the list that they can collect, then that goes up to about 100 schmeckles. If there's even a smidge of danger in there, it drops dramatically. And if there's no list of guaranteed loot, it drops even more. So level 1 map can range from 10 schmeckles to 100.
Yeah, I'll go out, find myself a decent a decent find with some like good items to it.
Yeah.
That's nothing I'm really worried about.
By the way,
Like,
increase your fame by 5, Johnny. And then it'll
Nice.
go up again when you've serve your first patron successfully. That is not your teammates. You need someone to go out into the world and vouch for your ridiculousness. In the kingdom, research done, there is only 5 other level or pinnacle recipes of level 1 ingredients. They are extravagant, just like yours is. And they're all different. No one's done a soup, though. Out of level 1s.
That's kind of an odd one to not have done yet. Anyway, man, I don't think it's going to take me too much effort. More just luck to find one that'll get me what I need.
Depends on how much time you want to invest. You can even manufacture one.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Get C12 to direct me to some location, remove the danger, send people in.
Open up the APC, seed some guns in there.
Oh yeah, I do have enough laser rifles for that now.
You do?
Yeah, I'll just do that. That's fast, easy. I don't need this many las rifles, especially since I'm not promising clips.
You promise one workable clip?
Yeah, I'll do.
How many guns?
I'll do. Let's see. Considering how valuable these things are, how about 2 guns with clips? That
2
I
guns
know
with full clips or damage clips?
Well, it's gonna be damage clips. Remember, the full clips I can't acknowledge exist.
Right, because they have infinite ammo. But yeah.
Yeah, but I'll do 2 guns with damage clips and a 3rd gun with, like, I'll just grab one off the rack. I won't guarantee that it has ammo in it or not. Just, if it does, good for them. If they got lucky.
Okay. Any armor bits or other fun parts?
Yeah, some scrap armor. Like I'll put like a corpse worth of armor in there.
Okay. Any usable parts from the APC?
I wasn't gonna bother taking any of the parts away from the APC if that's what you're asking.
Okay, great. You'll get your level 1 maxed out map easy. Like, it'll take you a week to do, but it's 100 schmeckles worth because there's guaranteed loot.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So I'll get that set up, get myself paid, and then go buy the first meal with Luna.
You are the 15th person to sign up for it.
Oh.
The moment his name goes up and it tacks across the board, and then it's kind of a ceremony. Everyone lines up in the temple, and they get to watch the name of the current person fall. In fact, there's a butcher's knife that comes in and slices the person's name that was previously on there, and it
They're so
falls in this
fucking dramatic.
oh yeah, slices and it falls in this bloody, remains, and then a new name is put there, and then the name of the dish flies in, and then every 10 seconds a star kind of rolls in and goes ching, and then it kind of pulses, and then as it pulses, people kind of wait like, there's going to be another one, and usually everyone kind of stops waiting at 3, and then the fourth one slams in, and everyone's like, oh shit, it's a 4 level. And people start to disperse, and then the fifth one slams in, and everyone just fucking loses their mind. So
Yeah, so it sounds to me like Johnny is about to make some money.
yeah, so the students are not allowed to put their name on it for a full 3 months, unless by chef's permission.
Ah, okay.
Peerage of society gets first grab.
So I cover both. Got it.
Yes, actually. In fact, the reason why you can't vote on it as a member of the student body, but you can vote. You can put your name on it as a member of the peerage.
Yeah, I'm just gonna very quietly put my name up there and not explain why to anybody, even if they ask, because they don't need to know.
But it'll be Marquise Olwen Night Eye.
Now, will it?
Yeah.
Fuck it, I don't care.
Okay. Increase your infamy by 10. People now know you're a Marquise.
Infamy?
Yeah.
Oh. Is it because
Because they
everybody's
don't know how
suspicious?
you got it. There was no formal ceremony. It was just, how are you a Marquise? Yeah, infamy.
Yep. How are you a Marquise? And I just kind of look at them and then turn around and walk away. And they're like, "You? That's not an answer."
Mm-hmm. The Inquisitor is gonna politely ask you to join her in the office after you put your name up there.
You mean the Inquisitor that already got fired?
Uh,
Is it
fire
the
at
new
the end
one?
of the week.
I will consider it a moment, realize that even if she's going to get fired in a minute, it's probably best. And I'll go talk to her.
And arms clasped, back facing you. You enter the room, and she turns around, and she kind of comes over, picks a whole neat bottle out of her collection, and puts it on the table. It's still sealed for your chef.
How polite, Inquisitor.
It should be, from what I understand, one of the missing ingredients. One of the harder to get ones.
I will not ask why she knows about the ingredient list and just assume she cheated, as she always does.
I have a camera.
No,
I'll
I
just
didn't
leave it at
ask.
that. Yeah.
Like I said, I very specifically said I did not ask.
Yes. So, well played.
Was there anything else, Inquisitor?
Yes. We're gonna play a game, you and I. Congratulations, Marquise. Are you a betting person? No, of course you are. I have until the end of the week to clear my desk out and leave. Of course, I will not do so until the end of the week.
Of course not. I wouldn't expect anything else.
If a certain weapon were to appear on my table or in my possession beforehand, a certain mace that would be devoid of the gems. A lot of questions and or inquiries will go away immediately. I'll guarantee it personally. There's
That
a lot of
doesn't
people
sound like
who,
much of a bet so far.
if it
Game, not a
doesn't,
bet.
my hands are tied. My bet is that it won't appear across my desk. Not one bit. It's a bet to myself, really. But if you wish to pitch in, I suppose.
I think you should understand something, Inquisitor. I don't hold grudges.
Well, I don't care either. But the individuals that
I didn't
I
say I don't
report
care.
to,
I said I don't hold grudges.
well, congratulations. You're a rare specimen.
Hmm.
The people I have to report to are your complete karmic opposite in that nature. They never forget. Ever.
Oh, I don't forget either. I am
I
a
was asked.
forgiving soul, though. That said, I will see what I can do.
If that mace appears across my desk and I'm able to hand it in to the appropriate individual, it makes my life a lot easier. And in turn, as a individual who does their job and only their job, rather than cavorting to the whims of others, I'll make sure that a lot of the plans they have towards your self and your group disappear or can't happen because red tape and because I said no. Remove a headache for me, I'll remove some headaches in the future for you. Does that sound fair?
More than fair. More than fair indeed.
Don't
I,
you?
as an individual that specializes in the gathering and acquisition of items, will be more than happy to locate this for you.
I would hope so, considering that with my research and my ability to find things, you have it in your direct possession, somewhere hidden away.
I will not answer that, Matt.
She just smiles.
I'm just going to smile back at her. Just
I'm gonna need
smile.
that on my desk by the end of the week, and if it's not there by the time I leave the front door, um, that's all bets are off. No promises are do not
Matt,
exist.
Olwen's not going to say anything else, just kind of nod and walk out with that. But
Um,
unless Hayden directly protests, I'll give it back to her.
I'm with you there, Liam.
yeah.
Like,
She's gonna. The guards are gonna kind of pause you at the door. If I find you across my desk in the future, pardons are not gonna help you, even from the queen.
if you find me on your desk in the future, it's unlikely to be for a poor reason.
Those who find themselves in front of my desk in the future are always for bad reasons.
So you presume today. Who knows what tomorrow comes about, though? I might need assistance every now and then, especially if I find myself taking on the Order. Wouldn't you agree, Inquisitor?
Find me that spy, and I'll give you
Oh.
my personal contact info.
I'm actually going to turn and look at her and be like, there, we have a mutual interest.
I have 3 suspects, but knowing them, it's probably none of the 3. Or all of the 3. And she's going to pass you a piece of paper.
I'll take it, pocket it, nod, and leave without looking at it yet.
Okay.
I'll look at it somewhere outside of the temple. But yeah, unless Hayden gets like super aggro about holding on to it, I'll return that.
It's a blessed weapon.
Yeah, well, he has a blessed weapon.
That's true.
Alright, so the people who are
On the shit list.
on the shit list. Minrana of team or of platoon bravery.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Then we're on up to some bravery. Hey, Spider, you want to help me?
Of course. What do you need?
Literally, we're trying to hunt ourselves down a spy. Preferably by the end of the week, but, you know.
It's good practice for me too.
I am serious about preferably at the end of the week, too. Like, I would rather have this done as soon as physically possible so that I can... Because I don't like the Inquisitor. However, the Inquisitor's position will be very, very valuable, especially if I can get her in my dead enough
We can
by
go
getting
about
a
this
spy.
two ways, you and I. We can both use reasons why on the list of people. Both go at them individually or good cop, bad cop. It's up to you.
you'll notice that all these 3 people are not magic users.
Yeah. Well, they typically wouldn't be.
But
Honestly,
she suspects that it's done. These people are
plants.
not the there are plants and not the actual spy. She actually thinks that spy is someone who is a magic user.
Because it's the
Relieve
last person you'd
suspicion.
expect.
Exactly.
Yes. It would probably be an average magic user because they've converted people before from the order. Because
Or
they
maybe
got so
even
powerful
magical
with magic.
artifacts that amplify that instead of just being able to use magic itself. Could be an option too.
They are usually someone who's familiar with tech but doesn't use it. They're usually magic users who have average ability or less than average ability. These 3 people, she guarantees, is reporting to someone.
It's just not clear who.
They're just not clear who.
So
Every one of these people are some sort of plant, like every person in the temple, because everyone talks to someone. She's cleared everyone but these 3 because she does not know who they report to, which concerns her. So the order is definitely someone that takes the pinnacle of effort to find out who that they're reporting officially to the order. There are also other authorities that are connected to the actual organization, who is connected to a country. Very long string of information.
honestly, you want what my bet would be for it? My bet for it would actually be that it's going to end up being one of the staff. Someone that's going to be there more long term, not just a student. Because students coming and going, like, that's an easy way to get spies in and out. But if you have somebody on the staff and your spy board, then what you're ending up with is someone that can spy on the youth of the nation long term.
She does give you a nod to that. As an inquisitor, she is not allowed to investigate the staff at all whatsoever at all.
That's
because they are officially anointed by the church, which
Yep.
means they have a more stringent and more cruel investigation of their background than she can even do. Because the church really, really, really looks deep before they anoint you as a full sister or brother.
Is when you're first hired on.
No, they usually raise you from early. They only anoint full sisters and brothers in their most powerful.
Why is Hunter in the bottom right corner of this map?
So that I had a copy paste.
Okay.
Paste.
Valid question though.
It was a copy paste.
Yeah, I'm like, what, Hunter? What are you doing here? You know what I'm gonna do, Matt? By the way, I decided on a name for my new AI because his thing comes up as just like a black shadowy like figure, right?
The new AI.
Yeah.
He has that Big Brother feel.
Well, no, I was asking what his avatar is.
He doesn't have one.
I was gonna
Because he
say you
goes
don't
back
really
to his
have to have
factory
one.
reset.
Oh, then I can assign him one.
Hmm. But he has that kind of Big Brother feel, kind of like the way the government's Big Brother.
I was gonna call him Watchman.
Okay.
Oh, is he
What's
that
his
or
avatar?
Was either that or Shadow Man? Ooh, I could call him Shadow Man and give him fucking what's his name from The Princess and the Frog his avatar. Here, I'll find a picture for him. Give me a sec.
It's up to you.
The reason I brought him up is what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna straight up have him start looking for communications leaving the temple. I don't know
They
how
all
good
go through a single establishment for long range burst communications that go into space, hit a satellite, and come back down. The satellite he has no access to whatsoever, but he does, and he can't read any of the transmissions because whoever runs the transmissions is a professional who uses their own technology, which is a burst encryption scrambler.
Cool.
But that is the normal transmission.
Yeah. I don't care about the official stuff. I want to see what's unofficial.
No, everything is sent that way. This individual literally runs the entirety of the communication long range business of the kingdom. This particular kingdom.
Interesting. Okay, continue.
That is a person you could potentially talk to an interview, because they literally make their living off of this. They are a neutral party.
Do they? So the communications. You said that they all bounce through here. Can I see where they're all going from there?
To the
Even if I don't
satellite,
know the
and
content.
then that's it. You don't get to see where their end location goes.
Okay. So, but I could talk to the guy that runs everything.
No, you could request an interview or a chat.
Sure. I'm gonna have Luna come with me on it though, because I need a buddy to play good cop, bad cop with me.
Excellent. We can both use your reasons why it works.
Yeah, well, that way we have two different opportunities on it. Yes.
1 second while I find the picture wherever it went. Oh jeez, I guess the picture went away. Luna, when you appear, this is the person that got executed in one of your dreams by the man in white for sending the transmission out to Hunter.
The traitor?
Yeah, the one basically the
1 sec, I was doing something.
you revealed at some point during the vision, Olwen revealed the information about Hunter's thing, and he was
Right.
trying to figure out a little bit more information about it and how to proceed. It's an old vision, but they actually breached this place after they literally overtook the town. And they dragged this individual out, who's a female,
Mhm.
threw her on the ground, and just kind of threw a couple questions at her, and she refused to answer, and he shot her in the head. And then that person got back up after beating the red sun horizon. He shot her 3 times and then waited. And when the person didn't get back up, smiled and kind of went about business. And he's like,
Where is this on the list?
I'm trying to find the picture. I had it uploaded.
Oh, this was your right. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I was looking for something too.
There you go. Her name is. There it goes.
She's under people of the town. Lily White.
Yep.
Okay. Oh yeah, she's the perfect person to talk to. let's go ahead. I'll
I should put
request a
Thelma under the people of the town as well, and then yeah, Scout Ren as well. Otath Merchant as well, who replaced Tilly.
Is she the sort we have to bribe to get to meet?
No, as long as you have 10 fame, she'll meet you.
Oh yeah, I got that.
So,
I got numbers attached to that.
so if Olwen remembers that experience from about 7 years ago that I showed you, that
Oh, you
Yeah,
don't
you've never felt the This person was executed him. This was not the one that the man in white helped Owen shoot someone.
Oh, it
So
wasn't
this-
that person.
It
Okay.
wasn't that person, no. This one he made a quick delivery of, and
Right.
then his people ran out with all of her technology and literally ripped this place apart and took it, because it is a very, very sophisticated communication relay system.
Yeah. Okay.
In fact, I'm just gonna call this neutral territory Aetheria's, just for fucking prosperity's sake.
Sure.
So this neutral kingdom is called. I'll just call it Aetheria's, because they only have one super. They only have one clockwork angel. Yeah, for Aetheria's, this person has the most adept and robust communication burst relay system, because it uses old world tech and a couple of magic bits. Yeah, and you meet Lily White, and she meets you in a sterile room, and between you and Lily White, there's a plexiglass plate, and you guys communicate through walkie-talkies. She's a
Prison
germaphobe.
style.
She's a germaphobe.
That's fair. That's fair.
Like a
Bubble boy.
extreme germaphobe.
Well, Owen's gonna be like, thank you for meeting with me.
Yes. I've heard of you guys. I've watched you guys. I have video, and I'm a fan. I like it. I like it a lot. It's fun watching.
Man, I haven't had.
I also heard, Luna, you have access to you're a cook, right?
Yes.
So I'm really particular about my diet, and I have a very severe lack of vitamin C12, and my glucose is down from what the machines tell me. So I need to find a way to. Do you do meal delivery?
I can.
Because I would definitely pay for it, because I need a balanced, complete diet, and it's really important that I have a balanced, complete diet, because the machine tells me that I too sedimentary of a life, and I sit too much, and I need to exercise more. My diet is too much trans and sans fat, and I have to stop doing that. Also, my sugar intake is 400% higher than it should be.
Oh, she's more than germaphobe. She's got she's whatchamacallit, where you're afraid of all health issues. I forget what it's called. Well, I'm gonna be like, yes. That aside, we actually came here with a bit of a purpose, and we were hoping you would actually help us with it. If you
Depends on what you're wanting.
We are trying to locate an order spy.
Not finding one of those. I guarantee you right now. I actually look for them out of my own personal time, and I actually highlight any of those individuals in the most clandestine and hidden manner, so they can be removed properly. I know there's currently 2 active units, but they're not within the temple. But whoever is in the temple, because there has to be one, there's always going to be one in the most major organizations. Whoever they are the newest generation and the most best disguised generation. It will not be a student. It cannot be the headmaster, because, well, he was there when it was during its inception, and he's a seer, which is a classification of magic that the order will absolutely go out of their way to assassinate.
Tell me about
So watch out for you, Miss Spider. If you get too powerful in your ways of seeing things that you shouldn't, you will have a hit squad sent after you, no matter how great the loss for the order is. It will be a continual stream of kill you. So hide that on the deal. Just a second. So it will have to be one of the staff.
That's my exact assessment as well, that it has to be one of the staff. I'm thinking not a particularly high-level member of the staff, probably maybe of the knights. That would be one of the better
No,
places.
knights are. It would not be a knight.
That's why it'd be one of the more ideal things to use. No one would
You will
suspect
be able to
them.
find them if you put them through knight training.
Oh,
Because they test you through magic, and it's such a long-term investment. If you're a knight that has successfully entered the temple, it can't be an order spy because of
That's
the
fair.
mentor-student relationship. Order spies are trained not to be able to attach themselves unless it's literally they embedded a electronical device in the back of their head that records anything that is done and then has the ability to overtake the brain at a very specific point in time. Unfortunately, those are detectable easily, and we have found those, especially with my equipment. So it has to be someone trained early, an orphan specifically. There's definitely 2 order spies within the Warren, which I am monitoring right now. So an orphan, thus sent at a specific age where the imprints can be made, and then continual upkeep of that relationship with the order has to be maintained again and cultivated. That will supersede any other indoctrination from other organizations. Very difficult, but doable. And then after that, they have to continually update and or supply that information back to the order, which is a very sophisticated and or difficult, even more difficult process. So you're probably looking at an actual sister or brother, which is above and beyond reproach, and or some other proctor that they absolutely cannot replace under any circumstances whatsoever. So the individuals that I would have highlighted are any of the sisters brothers, Shrouded Edge, who is the melee specialist, who does not seem to use magic other than ki, but that is easily teachable to any of the order members because it requires literally no actual real training beyond that. The mystics are, of course, above and beyond reproach on that specific case. Slayer Carry would be one of the key top 3 choices because of his ability to kill and his 0 ability in magic whatsoever. Forge Master Zeris would actually be a key individual top 3 as well. She would be reporting without her actual knowledge because she is a robot.
you've hit 2 of mine so far.
Yep. There are the Inquisitor is above reproach as well because that individual is not corruptible. I have personally looked at her entire life, and her dislike for the Order is not understated. In fact, she has lost literally her entire family over the extent of her life in an agonizingly slow pattern of loss to the Order, and her entire mission is to destroy and inflict as much suffering upon the Order as possible. So the other individual that would hit my top 3 is Strategist Salazar. He is a mysterious individual that comes from the east, or from what his records dictate that I can trace. All this is, of course, able to be fabricated, but beyond that, he is a mysterious individual that I really can't find any information about, which sends all sorts of red flags because I'm really good at finding stuff. He also disappears at inopportune moments, and of course, he has a private room which is not accessible either to robots, spy drones, or other magics. It is completely sealed off, but that is, of course, when I check it, it is sponsored by the Crown. But of course, when I looked at it, you can definitely tell that the signature is forged from the Queen's, but the seal is, of course, borrowed from a different office.
Very suspicious indeed, but possibly a spy from another country.
A spy from another country or a spy from one of the local houses who has access to being able to forge a signature and, of course, has the seal of office a duplicate, because there are 3 duplicates of the seal of office. One, which is the crown, which has a unique look to it. That never leaves the queen's physical person. And then there are 2 seals of office which look very similar but have very minute differences. It's not the queen's personal seal, but one of the 2 seals of office which has equal power.
Oh man, I just realized any messages I send to the queen requesting information or anything, I'm gonna have to send through her, aren't I?
Yes, it will.
I'm gonna kind of sit back and nod to myself. I don't suppose you know. How much do you know about me, out of curiosity?
From the queen's dossier, everything.
So you've gone through the queen's dossier on me.
She gave it to me.
Ah. Because you're the master of communication here. Nobody can say anything without it going through you.
Yep, the queen and I have been old friends since I was a kid. We actually grew up together in the same small town.
I am actually glad to hear that, because it'll be a lot easier for me to put in information requests if you know who I work for.
I already know.
Yes,
If
I
you need
know.
anything, let me know.
So, I want to see the Queen's dossier on this and the strategist.
Here it is.
Forge
It's a single piece of
master.
paper, and she pulls out a piece of paper, puts it in a little square cube. This glass cube. After she opens this door, a bunch of things spray it, and she picks it up with some tongs, and then she puts it in a tray next to the glass sheet, and she closes it in on her side, and then pushes it through with a little push stick, and it opens on your side.
Well, the other ones I wanted was the Slayer Kelly and the Forge Master, but I also wanted information on. There was somebody else because.
Do you want the paper copies or the digital copies? Because we have to do this process for every
Digital.
physical copy, but the digital copies I can at least send it to you.
Digital. I have resources that can sort through a lot of the info for me on those.
You see like 5 pings appear on your personal copy, and your 2 AIs are concerned
Why?
because there was no incoming
Oh,
request. It just filled your inbox.
you're making my AI nervous.
Oh, I apologize, but I really don't care because you wanted it, and you specifically said that you wanted it now, so that was a verbal approval. So I just sent it. You requested.
No, I'm not upset at all. I get exactly what I asked for. I'm just
Okay.
saying.
Yeah, okay.
I thought you
Well,
might
the
find it
AIs,
amusing.
if you ever have a problem with one, I can always remove them for you because I have a specialized equipment for destroying and or containing or teaching AIs their place.
If you could go through Skywatch to make sure there's no other observation in
Please turn over the entirety
programs.
of the AI into this repository when you have a chance. I can't have her attached to any other systems, and she has to be specifically the entirety of the AI in a single thing for me to look over it in its entirety.
Skywatch,
Mm,
could you transfer yourself over, please?
can I say this is a bad idea and I'm very nervous?
Yes, but you're going to do it anyway.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna be like, I don't want her wiped or anything. I just want to make sure I don't have any other spyware in her. I got
Is
her
that
from
it?
Aethrum.
Just spyware and malware, or not any other specifications?
If you could get me any other information on her programming that I should know about, I'd appreciate that as well.
Do you want the
Let me
full capability of my?
let me put it this way. I got her from Aethrum.
Oh
I
no.
don't trust Aethrum.
I think Aethrum is still an activated agent from space.
She is. Now, if you could please go through Skywatch for me.
She just kind of looks at it, and she has this little thing she picks, this little magnet stick that she comes in and sticks it to the top, and she picks it up, and it's at least 3 feet long, and she's just like, "Whoa!" and she puts it in the device. Like, you can definitely tell she's one of those tinfoil hat people.
Yep. I'm gonna be like, I'm actually fairly certain I've already cleared her of
Mm.
everything, but
That
I'm
would be
not.
your mistake. She's not completely cleared. There's no possible way she's completely cleared of them. Do you know that they're responsible for global warming and the complete dystopian state of our society?
Actually, yes, I was.
Exactly. They are the ones who are responsible for
You know
our
they have.
inability to evolve and our lack of magical capability and evolution and
Hey, did you know that they actually have some machines still on planet that are attempting to terraform it to their preference?
exactly. In fact, they're the ones who are trying to wrap the entirety of the planet in a ice cocoon to make it look like
Oh,
an ice planet,
no,
and then underneath that ice
no,
wall.
no. They actually don't want to do that. That's an issue that they are trying to solve.
Did you know that's actually false information and it's actually supposedly supposed to be an ice sheet that goes around the entirety of the perfectly terraformed land, and it's supposed to be not a full ice sheet but really a shell that's held by pillars, and those pillars are actually supposed to make it look like the whole of the world is freaking frozen over, but all they have to do is peel off the ice sheet and there it is, perfectly unclean virgin land reverted back
Nice.
to the Gaia levels.
And it's all done with the express purpose to empower a single dynasty from the sky as well.
No, it's
No,
don't
it's
even get me
true.
started on that.
The dynasties are, well, at this point, they've more swapped to fleets, but they're so insular with each other that now they're trying to sabotage and compete with one another for the position of being allowed to have this planet.
From what my information tells me and the hacked communications from outside, it's one of 5 only remaining M-class planets of the original 11 because the other 6 are completely destroyed.
Hmm.
And this is Mother Earth. And it's said that Mother Earth is specifically the linchpin key piece of whoever gets to own space, because whoever owns Mother Earth is, well, they have a genetic superiority of the others.
Hmm.
But
But
interestingly enough,
by the
Mother Earth
way,
is the most
before
contaminated of the remaining planets because of magic.
before you keep going on about that, you should probably look into Skywatch and make sure she's not trying to pull it back.
Oh no, she's in a completely sealed Faraday cage. There's no information in or out whatsoever.
Could you still look into her, please? I would like her back
Oh
and
no, you told me I would look into her.
functional.
That'll take about 3 months.
3 months?
Aether's
All right.
very, very, very good. I've done work on Aether's models before, and I have made a mistake in thinking that I was as clever as I was. Oh no, never again. Oh, Aether, I will defeat you.
Well, I don't have that one running it anymore. I have a separate AI that she hasn't had access to running what I
Good. Keep
need.
her. Keep him. Keep whatever that AI is completely and utterly and entirely away from Aether's influences. But unfortunately, you will have to do with dealings with Aether in the future because that individual has access to technologies and facilities that you just can't possibly entirely fathom. And you're going to have to find a
Oh,
way to increase and elevate your rank beyond that of major, which I have yet to find and or figure out to completely overtake that individual.
oh, I've already got an idea on that front. Don't worry about that.
Well, and then if you ever find a way to find yourself in a rank that is above major, and you attempt to subvert and or commandeer Aethern's entire, person and or commanding protocols, you'll have to ask me in advance so that I can insulate the entirety of the stratosphere of this planet, so that any communications in or out are completely blocked. So that she has to revert to her more local communication protocols, so she
Nice.
can't receive additional orders or subverting orders from space. So
Do you
any communication is
know?
completely well.
Do you know which fleet she belongs to?
Oh, the Second Fleet.
Second fleet. All right.
Hmm.
Mine's fourth
Trader
fleet.
Fleet.
So. Oh, the trader fleet, really?
Well, that's what they're called.
Oh, lovely. All right. Um, sorry. Back to the topic at hand. Yeah. So you'll look into it for me. I think you'll appreciate that. I do want Skywatch up and running sooner
I need
rather than
additional
later.
and more empowered burst equipment. The Queen said that you would be the only unique person able to help me out in increasing my ability to communicate across the entirety of the planet. There's a lot of facilities that I'm not able to crack into without the appropriate, programs or communication equipment.
Oh, yes, no problem.
Okay.
I can start looking into it. I actually plan. Well, Not immediately, but I do have a plan to start going through the deeper facilities in this
Please do not, under any
mountain range.
circumstances, reach into the deeper facilities. They should be burned and or destroyed in their entirety and sealed off from the rest of humanity forever.
That's the general consensus I've been getting, but I'm more thinking of a raid, burn it, and take what I want on the way out as it's all burning down.
You go down there, you do not come back up.
That is the general consensus, but I've been told that before, and I've come back alive so far.
She gets up close to the glass. Please don't.
Relax.
If you
If
go
I
down and grant permissions to come back up, they will come back up with you if they allow you to leave.
permissions, you're implying I'm not going to blow the whole thing behind me.
And you will not come back up.
You worry too much.
You're not the first person the Queen has sent my way that is a specialist of the old world tech. This is not the first conversation. It's one of 6 that I've had. In fact, there are
Yes.
3 other people that are more qualified than you that I've had conversations with. They said the exact same thing. They went down to the exact same facility that you were planning to go down to.
Not right this second, I'm not. Do I look prepared for this trip? No!
No, the
I need
individuals were
information.
actually what I would think would be considered prepared. They came to me. They gave me their plans. I helped them cultivate those plans, and I sent them to other people to help cultivate those plans. And the Queen was hopeful, really excited even about the situation, the plan.
Were you aware that there's an organic intelligence down there?
Yes.
As far as I can tell, I believe it's similar to an organic intelligence that operated in space that the space people were actually competing with for quite some time. I think they might still be competing with the remnants of them, but the major fleets were broken.
It's a caretaker. It's not competing. That's false information. It's a caretaker device.
Really?
There's 1 per continent.
Actually, that makes this simpler in its own way and more complicated. That means I'm not going to be able to do it anytime soon. It's going to be years in
never.
the project.
We go out of our way to seal them. You're the only one with current access to the AA facilities. In fact,
And I don't intend to go down for years yet, so it's a moot
hope
point at
not.
the moment.
The AA facility, I have pinged your watchman. He has granted me superficial access to databases and queries, mostly query systems. I've queried him on information, and he says the elevator is in a down status, and he has no control over the elevator and its ability to ascend or descend.
I'm already aware. I looked into that myself, specifically to make sure nothing was coming up.
He says at any point in time, literally any second or less within the immediate future, the entities could send a up signal.
Sounds like I'm going to have to cut power to the elevator.
You are not cutting power to this elevator, unlike the other ones.
By cut power, I mean a small nuclear device, maybe. Anyway,
That would be preferable, actually. I have a small nuclear device if you wish to use that in the specific and exact capacity you just described.
as long as you can accept that I consider...
permanently disable the elevator forever.
As long as you can accept I will be using it as an option in case anything tries to send anything up rather than an immediate use of it.
And then I can't guarantee it. I'm only going to give you the small nuclear device if you were to completely and permanently disable the entirety of the elevator forever and immediately within the next 48 hours.
I'll keep that in mind then. We are completely off topic now. We were discussing a spy.
There's a lot of them.
The one in the temple.
Oh, I have no idea.
So we have 3 potential candidates of a good nature.
Those are the ones that perk me most, but it's probably not one of those 3, which is stressing because my data accumulation and searching ability is considered one of the highest sought after in the kingdom, and including the East, because I'm really good at this. And yet the order has yet to So they're spy to me. Either that or they're in a interim period which is meant to torment me and guess that there's a spy and, hmm. But of course, within the next couple months, there's supposed to be an influx of sisters and brothers that are to help supervise and facilitate the facility. So there may be the actual spy hidden within that grouping, or there could be one currently
Unlikely.
there.
Unlikely. If they want information on the going-ons of the younger generation, finding out what they're going to be dealing with going forward, who they can subvert now, it's somebody they would want already in position.
Well,
Especially
you're also on my
given
list for as an order spy.
I take that as an insult.
It doesn't matter. I'm an information specialist, and of course, opportunity has provided itself that Warren is a perfect method of introducing an order spy. Unfortunately, your friend here, Luna, would not fit that because of Kraw's influence. Kraw is a creature that they considered a top 5 hit list member. So either Kraw's dead or Luna would be completely dead. And of course, the influence that she has cultivated over the years and or interactions has removed her from suspicion. But it's either you or the rest of your team besides Luna. I would also remove Flock from that because of his ability and his connection as a knight and or his ability with light. But that leaves not Jenny. Unfortunately, she is an actual creature of magic. Not Onika, unfortunately, because she is an actual not human. They do not hire not humans or use them. So it has to be someone of the human species. So it would be you, Clarity, which has a high suspicion. The quizzical nature of that individual. Julu is not one of those people. They do not hire midgets because that is a complete. It's very interesting. Everything, even their spies, fit a very specific mindset. There has to be a normal human.
I'm currently staring at her with my bird claws and my bird wings and my bird everything.
Yep. You
Wondering,
started as a human. That doesn't matter. That doesn't mean that you through your exemplary spy ability, decided to go through a transformation to subvert suspicion type of thing.
right. Oh, and a spy would certainly be denying. Never mind. You know what? It's not even worth that effort. So
It's more likely
that's-
Clarity, Obsidian than you, but you're both of you are still on the list.
I doubt it's Clarity. All offense meant to him, he's not that clever.
Some agents are specifically made that way.
Oh, he's very intelligent, just not very clever. Regardless, I have to go find a spy. There's somebody I wanted information on. You made me forget what it was. Who it was? Oh, the retired knight Hector.
Tired Knight.
Mhm.
Here you go. And there's another ping. And Watchman is just like, that bypassed my firewall.
I'm just gonna kind of glance at Watchman, and be like, then make a better firewall. Take it as a challenge.
And there's just a silence.
Yeah, that's about what I expected. He's probably just grumping at me right now, isn't he?
It's something.
I'm actually thinking about spending merit on my AI, not gonna lie.
We should use
Okay,
it.
Johnny!
Mm.
I brought you along for another perspective. Thoughts so far?
It's Nurse Joy.
It's Nurse Joy.
Yep.
Grab Nurse
Has to
Joy's.
be.
I'm gonna grab Nurse Joy's as well. At this point, we need to start picking out the unlikelies. I genuinely doubt it's the AI because she's too obvious of a plant, not gonna lie. Like, there's
If You receive a thing from Nurse Joy, or about Nurse Medic Joy.
I know the obvious answer is, oh, she's a robot, so she's easy to control, yada yada. But that's actually my problem with it. It's a little too obvious.
What we should do is just go walk around me, and then I can use my my nemesis to find someone that counters me. Maybe that would be an order spy.
No, unlikely. Because it's not like they went out of their way to specifically counter anybody. They're just here to watch and gather information. You know? Oh, that's kind of the problem with spy hunting. It's kind of a pain in the ass.
Yep.
There is one thing we could do, though. I'm going to say thoughtfully.
Yes.
If you want to find a spy, sometimes you need to present yourself as an opportunity for that spy. Has anybody run an operation yet to try and offer themselves up to the spy, as it were, as a potential turncoat? And that's directed towards you, Matt.
I was talking to Johnny. I was trying to read some Russian text.
Don't do that to yourself.
It's hard. It hurts my brain.
I was asking if anybody had run an operation in the temple yet to try and get the spy to come to them for, like, thinking that you're somebody that could be turned to a double agent.
They've actually successfully turned anyone from the night initiate, or even anyone who's gone down the night path. You're either dismissed because you're obviously an order spy, or they convert you. The night program is not
I wasn't talking about the night
infiltratable.
program. I was
Well,
talking
that's
about
what
the
I'm saying.
general.
They actually have converted some of the order spies who have gone through the night program. That's the thing. Like they have successfully done that. They have two current ones that are in the government that report information both false and true.
Not the question, Matt. Question was, for luring out the spy in the temple, have they tried using, like, putting somebody in a position to be recruited by the spy to lure them out that way?
Once it didn't go well.
No.
It really, really didn't go well. The order spies are not approachable, and they don't recruit others. They're secular and they are individual in the most extreme fashion. The last time they found out the spy and then tried to send someone to make an ally of them and infiltrate that way, they usually create such collateral damage in the way they leave, because the individual is exposed and or no longer an official spy because they got found out. So they go out in the most spectacular fashion available by taking out invaluable targets.
Okay, so trying to lure them out by playing the recruit me game isn't going to work. Got
Yeah,
it.
the last time that happened, and they tried it twice. One in the most recent, one in the very old, because they thought they could do better. Every single time they lose something that they can't afford to lose because they go out in a most brilliant suicidal fashion because they're no longer covert. They've been found out. The neutral territories are very adept at finding order spies. Um, the Lily White is actually a little perturbed because the last conversation you have with her is she suspects the man in white has developed a new generation of spies, and she is very concerned because order spies were very easy to categorize in the past. because of their inability to cultivate magic in even the most slightest way. Because the order, it doesn't matter if they don't drain it from them, the environment in which they're indoctrinated is devoid of magic, and it's very uh, pivotal at a young age to be exposed to magic for you to be able to do magic in the future. And you can actually test people by giving them a level 1 magic enhancement pill. It's very expensive, but if there's literally no reaction, they're probably an order spy because there's nothing there. They were ripped of their magic ability at such a young age. And if they live anywhere besides the order, they have at least a spark of magic. She fears that this man in white has a conclave of children that he's indoctrinated that are not subject to magic deprived areas. So they have a spark of magic within them. They're still trained, but they're still order spies.
What do you think, John?
That's what she fears. And these spies are probably much more sophisticated than the previous models because these people were probably like you, much more mature than a child should be. But that's what orphans usually are, which is terrible. But also,
So, Johnny, what are you thinking? It's just so much shit here.
I was thinking the man in white is, this information is a good example of maybe we can use my knowledge of the man in white and try to get something out of one of the teachers by a representation of them, or like maybe an image. Then we can try and read them maybe from that point of view, but I don't know.
I mean,
how much do they know of the man in white? But is it...
If it's the man in white specifically that's training them, and we show off like a picture of him for any reason, it's possible there will be a spark of recognition.
Yeah.
That comes with the danger of them deciding maybe that means their cover's blown.
Yeah.
Which, if the cover's blown in front of like anywhere, they're gonna go for it, you know?
Maybe I can try to use my seer abilities. See something similar to the man in white, maybe a knowing on that person or individual. I can get the man in white.
Well, here's a thought. How often can you use your seer abilities?
It's I try not to use them as much as I need to because of the cost of fatigue and rituals of sacrifice.
So here's the thought that's going through my head.
Yeah.
There are certain things that even if you are the greatest spy in the world, you can't hide from someone like a seer that can see in the future.
Yes.
Like if we looked into specifically a future where the order spy has been called out. Actually, you know what we should look into? The future where the temple falls.
Mm.
If we look into a future like that, we could find ourselves with a lot of answers as to who we're looking for. Or at least an idea of where to go from here. Because right now, we have literally nothing to go on.
Yeah, we need a direction for sure. And not a red herring.
The biggest thing is I don't think it's going to be any of the obvious choices. Like the Forge Master, super obvious choice. The guy with no past, definitely an obvious choice. If it was as simple as pointing out the guy with the fake paperwork, we would have already found him.
Exactly.
Even if they claim he's above reproach, he's not. So, the reason I'm thinking Retired Knight Hector is because he's one of the people that has dealt the most with the Order.
Right.
Like, period. And people can go weird fighting certain forces. Like, everybody can go, oh, you've lost everything to them, so that means that you are guaranteed not to work for them. That's a logical fallacy.
It's
They
also you
could
have more opportunities for contact with that country, for example.
exactly,
Kidnapped or something could have happened during that time.
and you also have more time to decide. Well, maybe I can try to gain their trust and then destroy them from the inside.
Yeah. Yep.
Those are the obvious things that that is a methodology. I'm thinking it might be a retired knight because if he spent long enough fighting them, watching his friends and allies die, then faced with a choice between finding some sort of peace, even if it's by accepting that they'll never actually be able to beat the order, or, you know, continuing to watch people die, young people, new knights, new soldiers sent into the meat grinder, he could turn on them just because he's like, hey, if we keep fighting them, we're just going to keep having people die to them.
Yeah. That's fair. I think this is a good option. Definitely do. Someone to pick at first.
It's one of those things where it wouldn't make sense to anybody else because of exactly how Lily just immediately answered that thought. What if it's a knight? Oh, it's impossible to be a knight. Exactly. It's impossible for it to be a knight, so that's why they make the most ideal spies.
Yep.
The Forge Master is the least likely, the most obvious of the possible agents, and the most easily turned over, but the least likely to actually be a spy. If it's a program, I might actually be able to check without having to do too much because of my cube. I suspect that it's not as it could be better than it is, when it comes to what it can pick up. But I suspect that it's not going to be anywhere near the level of reprogramming a old world AI.
Yeah, that's fair.
The difficulty.
Yeah.
Not for the order anyway. So I'll look into her in the off chance, but I'm going to use my cube to do it to see if there's anything weird that comes up there.
What I'll try to do then is use my seer eyes of knowing. Maybe check why the retired knight retired in the first place.
That is a very good question to ask.
Okay.
Maybe he. Hi. So, would you like to hear some reasoning, Matt?
Sure.
I think it might be the retired knight because specifically for two reasons. One, everybody thinks it's completely impossible for a knight to have turned. Oh yeah, they're completely above reproach. There's no way, etc., etc. The other reason is he has spent his life fighting the order, losing friends, watching people die. You can lose hope in that. You can lose hope of beating somebody and decide, the only way to stop the bloodshed is to stop the war. And if the order's never going to stop the war because they're going to fight to the last bloody man, it's easier to get the other kingdoms to stop by forcing them to submit. That's the type of logic you can find in old soldiers, where they do the bloody mathematics of what's the fewest number of people I have to sacrifice to get success.
Okay.
So that's him. So we're gonna look into him first and foremost. As for the Forge Master, I'm actually gonna take like the next time I have class with her, I'm gonna get the cube to touch her. The cube has a mind of its own anyway, so it's not gonna be that suspicious. But I'm gonna use the cube to try and see if she's got hidden programming. If I can pick that up.
Yes, a lot of them, but they're all monitoring and they're not to the order. I
Oh,
recognize this hack in Aethrum.
no, Aethrum. I almost want to wave to her, but I don't need to let her know that I was able to figure it out thanks to the cube.
You remove it, she'll know.
I'm not removing it. I was gonna leave it.
Okay.
I don't need to remove that. Okay, so not her. The other thing I can use this cube for, and I have not forgotten this, is that I can look into people's past, like their recent past. I'll keep in contact with Lily remotely, and I'll actually ask her if they have any way, if she's found any way of finding out when this spy contacts the order to pass on info.
Don't forget, Liam, we have names, and those people will go to this teacher eventually. Maybe we can check to see who's in classes for these guys.
I'm sorry, what?
You know how we have the 3 names of the students,
Oh yeah.
right?
Oh,
well, one of
yeah.
those students will be going to one of these teachers, right? Can we cross-reference that somehow?
Yeah, maybe. We don't know if the students themselves are the spies, but they don't know who they're sending info to. I will ask Lily about that if she knows where they're sending info for those 3 students.
They have absolutely no interaction with my predicted or your predicted individuals that they communicate with.
I meant more in general, like, because if we can just find out who they've been reporting to, that'll give us-
Relationships that can come into play here too.
Oh, Lance reports to one of the immediate kingdoms in the neutral territory.
Mhm.
The one to the left, the one that the Sorenfeld is connected to. Most likely he's there to observe Sorenfeld's behavior.
Neat. Also, now more info on Sorenfeld. Cool. Okay.
Navarine, he is probably he reports to 3 different people, and each of those people don't know he reports to other people, which is hilarious. He reports to 3 separate families of Etheria.
So he's a triple agent.
Yes, he is.
Hilarious.
Minrana kind of stares at the screen. I'm gonna have to look into this one.
No info?
Too much info.
No.
Yeah. Pretty messy. That sometimes can be. Yeah.
As a cover unto itself. All right. While she's digging through that, I will see if any of these students are going to class with any of the teachers that we suspect. I'm gonna remove the Forge Master from the list since I've already confirmed who she is spying for. And Aethrum, for whatever else is true, would not suffer contenders. Unless, of course, Aethrum's working for the Order. That's a possibility.
With Lily White's confirmation, Aethrum has gone out of her way to fuck the Order over whenever possible.
Oh, okay. So she doesn't suffer competitors. Got it. It was even odds.
Yeah, the Order is an enemy.
Yep. That's what I suspected. But she also called them the Second Fleet as the Rogue Fleet, their Rebel Fleet, or
Traitor Fleet. Yeah.
Traitor Fleet. So it's always worth looking into. But my first instinct, if you hadn't heard, was probably not Aethrum since they don't suffer competitors.
That's the problem with the spy game. It is hard.
Yeah. So But I'll remove Forge Master from the list because she wouldn't suffer competitors. So when it comes to, I'm looking at Retired Knight Hector, Slayer Carry, and who was our fourth? Oh, Medic Joyce. Do any of our little spylets coincide with them? Matty boy.
Atherum, you can't tell.
What?
Wait, you said Atherum in that grouping, right?
I was asking about. I was seeing if any of our little spy friends coordinate with any of the proctors I'm looking into.
No interaction. Back the
I met. Are
sisters
they
and
going
brothers.
into the? Are they going to their classes?
Everyone goes to their classes. Like it looks normal. If you are required to go to your classes,
The
and if it's
question was if any of the other spies go to those individual teachers' classes.
a couple of them, but there's no extra like interaction after class that you can tell.
Yes, but it could be a spy spying on a spy, because spy on spies. That was a sentence.
That's a very logical sentence, yeah. And probably yes. And then you realize that the whole silliness of the game of spies spying on other spies that think they are spies and who they think are spies and what aren't spies.
Oh, I
And
already think this is dumb, so it's fine. It's par for the course.
just as long as you know the silliness of what you get yourself into.
Oh yeah, I've entered myself in the world of madness, where the man thinking like a spy has to stop thinking like a spy to think enough like a spy to be able to spy on the spy. Fuck me. Okay.
You got this, Liam. I believe.
What for our spying spies? Where is the most amount of overlap between proctors and the three individuals we know are spying for other people? Which proctor interlaps with them the most? Matt.
Well, the part that interlaps the absolute most. Retired Knight Hector is what you confirm. A lot of the other spies that you've maybe detailed, they go and talk to him regularly, even if they're not part of the knight class. But of course, a lot of knights go to him. He gets a lot of people outside of the temple that come and talk to him. But he is very, very famous. In fact, he has some of the most overwhelming victories against the Order. And most importantly, most of his greatest victories come from fighting with the Eastern kingdoms.
Okay, moving
He
him up
himself
on
is a
my.
key user.
I am actually moving him up on my list of people. Probably the spy.
You want to go talk to him?
Not yet. I want to look into him more first.
Renafel actually
More-
goes to and talks to him every week.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of gonna ask Renafel why he talks to him so regularly.
He's the spy master.
I'm sorry, what?
Everyone goes to him for information about everyone else.
He's the spy master.
For our kingdom, yeah. Or for yours, sir, rather. Sorry, yours. Yeah. We call him the Sentinel. He's a spy master. Basically, everyone goes to him, and if you have something to trade, he trades you equal information for equal information. Yes, you can get information about his own kingdom. He doesn't give a shit as long as you provide something of equal value. Good eye, by the way.
That he was a spy? Yes. No, it wasn't hard to figure out.
I mean, The only reason he can hold the position that he has is all the dirt he has on all the places that he's gone to and served in.
Hmm.
And the retirement of knights is not as glamorous as you would think. Ours is
Oh,
way better.
I assumed that they got basically jack all except for a handshake and a hearty thank you for your work.
They give you a piece of land. They give you a stipend. They give you a
Ooh,
lot of things. It's
they
just,
give, they give you more than I suspected then.
yeah. It's just, I mean, we don't get a lot of retired knights. And a lot of places really don't know what to do with them because they're not really supposed to survive their term.
What do you know what his opinion on the order is?
Hates them.
If it hates them.
And actually, if you he overpays for any information that he has on their movements,
Hmm.
like a lot. But they have to be confirmed. But again, those are really hard to confirm. But he always overpays.
Hey, Sir Renafel.
Hmm?
Want to help me find a spy?
No, I hate that. Gross.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Can we just burn them
Yeah.
all?
Well, the plan is to get rid of them
I mean, just
afterwards.
just just make it rain. No, just make the sun rain. I figured out how
Well,
to make the sun rain.
interesting. So, here, I was about to explain what I'm up to, but
He just
yeah,
kind of
later.
hangs his head. Do I need to? Does this need to be my focus now? Oh, your lordship.
Maybe I will make it your focus, Sir Renafal. What will you do then?
Find your stupid spy, and then no
I'm, try-
longer have fun. Be
I'm trying to find an order spy.
dude. You and everyone else.
Yes, I know. I think it's part of the staff. Well, I almost
um,
guarantee it's part of the staff.
maybe check the servants, cooks,
I think it's a
butlers,
proctor.
the servant staff, the people who have access to places that they shouldn't, but they can because well, they're order spies. People that go
So,
unseen.
yes, that's one of the first things that comes to mind. Um, I was actually thinking of one of the teachers as well, one of the proctors.
Half of them are spies for somewhere else, as long as they're not part of the temple. I mean, mm,
Staff. Well, the reason I'm suspecting one of the proctors is simply that they're one of the most difficult to basically they're one of the hardest things to be able to just question. They're in a good position to find out info from other people trying to get things from them, especially students trying to improve their grades, you know, things like that.
well, there's a lot of bribing on the background regarding grades, so especially if you have high influence. And as long as you have that influence and you have the money, um, and you have a hold over the temple, grades are completely fixable. So
You know,
that's
Johnny, I didn't invite you along for not having your opinion because I'm kind of just shooting in the wind here. Johnny,
Johnny wants to figure stuff out. He's really gonna have to go real deep into the visions, which is very dangerous.
he's in bed now. You motherfucker.
What?
Are you still listening?
Oh yeah, because he's got OBS Commander in his voiced text program.
I was gonna have you start poking into the visions for this spy to at least get us a lead. I actually did want your help here because I'm not I'm not getting anything. Okay, he said he uses Luna uses knowing. Matt,
Mm,
he said Luna uses knowing.
you're fucked.
Thank you for that completely elegant and eloquent way of like giving us any info out of that. Here, I'll roll a d100 for him. It's a 49.
Nothing.
Feels bad. Does he have rerolls? I assume he has rerolls. Have him reroll. That's got worse. That's about how that goes. Hmm. The roll got worse. That's usually how it goes whenever I reroll.
Uh-huh. Ooh, my pizza's almost here. I'll be back.
Johnny, I seriously do want ideas because I have no idea where the fuck to go from here. Hmm. Yeah, I know. The problem is we have no fucking info. We need a lead of some sort, somewhere to really start. And we don't have anywhere to actually start. Yeah, the man in white. Hmm. Man in white. I wonder if we looked into the future where he attacks the temple. Be like real particular with what we're looking for, you know? Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to look into. A future where he attacks the temple. Think that's something you can look into? Use you. Yeah, baby, I'll use you all right. Use you all I please. Soon as Matt comes back. Yeah, it's got to be the key. The only key here is between the man in white and. Did we ever learn? No, we did learn his name. I don't remember what it was, but I remember we learned his name at some point. Yes, well, wish in one hand, shit in the other. See which fills up first. The biggest thing about all this is we have to be careful not to do something that gets into, attack. Yeah. So I'm trying to be careful who I talk to about this. I've kind of grown to trust Serranov Hall. Weirdly enough. So far, currently, there are exactly 3 people that know we're looking into this. Lily, Serenifal, and the Inquisitor. Honestly, if it comes down to it, like, if we get attacked before we get much farther into this, then I immediately know that we narrowed it down to 3 people. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, he said there's going to be a bunch of faculty showing up soon to, like, help run the school. Yeah, the entire problem is that we don't have any actual info to go on. Hello, Matt.
Yeah.
So, thinking. And the problem is we don't have a starting spot. So, the entire problem is that we don't have a starting spot. So we need one of those. We need a place to start. And nobody has given us anything resembling one of those yet. So we were talking about oh, how can they track what you're doing with your seer abilities, Johnny? Can they track what you're doing with your seer abilities? By the way, I am 100% recruiting Serenafall into this. Serenafall. I'm gonna tell him straight out that I don't mind. Like, I don't like spies either, and that's kind of why I'm trying to get rid of this one. That I'll tell him, and I'm trying to, wiggle my way into making the Inquisitor owe me. Mighty boy. Matthew Hugh.
Uh-huh.
No, I'm just telling Serenafall why I'm doing this. And it basically runs down to I want the Inquisitor to owe me.
Good
That's
luck with
such a-
that.
Well, if I find the spy, you know. Yeah, I'm thinking we need to find out. I'm thinking we need to find out, like, when in the future, like, if you keep getting these visions of the town getting attacked by the Order and shit. I'm thinking we need to look into the assault on the temple when that happens, and who turns on everybody else when it does. That's what I'm thinking.
Future vision, then, yeah?
Yeah. What do you think, Johnny? You're the seer here.
Well, they delivered the wrong fucking pizza, so I gotta call these motherfuckers. Give me one moment.
Fucking failure.
I know. Thoroughly disappointed.
But yeah, what do you think? What do you think, Johnny? Sound like a plan? Looking at the future of when this place fucking falls apart. Everybody's dying. A future vision. Yeah. No. Maybe. I'll even go with you on this magical journey into the fucking future. The shitty ass future. Where everybody dies all the time. Oh, recruit the headmaster into this. Yeah, I guess. I'm trying to keep this small, but the headmaster might be able to help. Wait, which headmaster? Which headmaster? The one for the temple or the one that runs the fucking Warren? Yeah, I like that better. Let's all three of us go on a magical journey of magic and bullshit. I'm sure he'll get dragged into this somehow, despite you wanting to only use his power. Hmm.
What's up, friendos?
Well, look who it is.
Sorry, I had to go become a vampire in the caveman RP.
Oh, nice.
It was fun. What are you up to?
Bullshit? Yeah, dealing with bullshit. Long story short, I found out there's an order spy in the temple.
Yay! Did we kill him? Please tell me we killed him.
I'm hunting him. Because if
Yeah.
I can hunt him down, I can make that Inquisitor that I just got fired owe me a favor on her way out the door.
But also, we
It's
get
a
our
pack.
ambition.
Yes, I know. I had not forgotten that is a pack ambition. That is part of why I'm doing this. It is, however, turning into a pain in the ass because it's playing the spy game. I found many spies. None of them are the one I'm looking for, but I found several.
Did you kill them?
No. Forge Master Xerxes there. She works for. Well, she doesn't know she works for her, but she works for Aethrum. I found out that retired knight Hector. Yeah, he's a fucking spy master, as it turns out. Go fucking figure. We've got 3 spies that we know where 2 of them report now. One's a triple agent that's just playing the field on multiple houses. The other one, we actually still don't know who they work for, actually, come to think of it. That thing. Found out Serenafel is from the Eastern Kingdoms. That's
Is
neat.
he?
Apparently.
I mean,
That's all I found out, though.
he's a paladin. I thought his dad was a paladin too.
Apparently, well, not like an actual Eastern, but he's like one of our Eastern neighbors.
Oh, I see. So he's still from the neutral territories, just a little
Yes.
east.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's like they don't know who the fuck he works for, and I haven't figured that out yet either. And I asked him about it once, and he's like, "You don't know? Wonderful! It's a game now." And I'm like, "You son of a bitch!"
Sounds like a fun time. Yeah. Sounds like a fun time. I don't have much else to say other than that. Have you just been using your reasons why on literally every person?
I'm working my way through it. It's taking effort.
I've noticed that Matt has not answered a single thing since I've been here. Is he gone?
That's- He ordered. Oh fuck! That's right. Shit. He ordered pizza. It did not come as the pizza he ordered.
Oh, that's very sad.
Yes. So now he is calling them and demanding recompense.
Hear ye, hear ye. This is sausage and I wanted pepperoni.
Something like that.
Who's Jenny a spy for, huh?
Nobody. Though
Arguable.
Apparently, there are 2 spies in the Warren for the Order.
Oh.
Yeah.
How do you know how many spies there are in places without knowing who they are?
I didn't ask who they were, but I found a spy that works for the Queen that told me.
Ah. I need a level 2 pill.
Johnny can now make a pinnacle dish that grants individuals 10 merit.
What? That is beautiful.
It costs 100 fucking schmeckles to do it.
For 10 merit. I love it. Oh boy. Well, considering money inflation and how that usually goes in Matt's games, that we'll be raking it in by the end of the game. It's not going to be a matter of schmeckles, but a matter of there not being enough ingredients to purchase it.
Oh, we're already running out of ingredients.
Did you have him make some?
No, he made some as like a class thing, like where he had to make it for his TEAT instructor.
And and the
You're
instructor
doing
ate
good.
his.
I got me a free ass pizza.
Hey, Lamau. Hi, Hayden.
I
Hayden.
take it from I don't really want to read that whole thing, but I'm guessing new threat
Oh.
stuff.
Me and Johnny are trying to find a spy.
Long list of 3 or 4 words. Johnny feels bad.
Johnny is in
Yeah.
bed, and he is messaging me instead of talking over a mic. And just kind of
I also
listening.
changed the way influence worked.
Matt,
Influence work.
No.
we were looking to see the future when the temple goes down and who turns on everybody. Go. And we were going to use the fucking headmaster from the Warren to do it. Like, use his power.
Well,
Well,
the
more
current way, the fate has been designed, the temple doesn't go down at all.
What?
You guys changed fate, remember?
Well, we were looking into. I was looking into the future where the temple did get destroyed. Is
No.
that gone? The one where
Yeah.
where the place gets attacked?
Yeah, it's gone.
That's 50.
There's another plot in play now.
Shit, that fucks with this plan though.
Yes, it does. You fucked with it. It fucks with you back. That's the thing. Once you know,
Clearly,
it changes.
I mean, awesome, but also fuck you.
Sorry, dude. You guys wanted to know. You guys went out of your way to like, hey,
Yeah,
dude,
no, it's fine.
if
It's
shit
fine.
happens to me, I need to know. And I'm like, all right.
No, we're good. We're good. It's good. I'm not complaining. It's just that moment of, God damn it, now I can't use that. Yeah, looking for dead faculty then who might have killed them.
Where do you find time for all of this?
I make time.
Do you go to class?
Occasionally. I don't have that many classes. Unlike somebody, I didn't deck out myself with all combat shit.
I'm pretty sure that you had a full schedule of classes.
I used to, and now I have only 5.
So that means you're only busy for 5 of the 6 periods in a day.
Technically 5. I'm technically so advanced into the Forge class that I don't think Forge Master really knows what to do with me.
She puts you off in a corner and says, "Make me something."
Yeah, that's about right. I assume I can eventually fuck off from her class if I make her something. I'll take that as a yes. We have a lot more free time than you think we do, is what I'm saying.
Nope.
Also, I don't sleep, remember? None of us sleep. Most of us don't sleep. Point is, I make time. Also, I'm trying to get all of this done over the course of a fucking week.
Yeah, I bet.
It's a pain in the ass. I'm gonna ask C12 if he's noticed anything out of the ordinary with any of the staff.
There's the F. It's not for me as an inferior soldier to guess that of superior. My superiors.
They aren't your superiors. I'm your superior.
You're my superior, so it is your job to find out what is my objective.
Objective is to locate a spy within the staff.
I don't know what
Without
to do it.
harming any of them before knowing they're a spy.
Then I am unequipped to be able to handle your demand.
Damn it. Of course you are. Could you watch them, see if anybody's sneaking off and making reports?
I can watch them.
Thanks. I'm gonna go ask Hunter. Yeah, well, I'm gonna sneak out and contact Hunter and be like, "Hey, Hunter. Got a question for you.
Mm.
How would you go about finding a spy in the middle of a building full of teachers?"
I work.
Unfortunately.
Well, it's easy. Way you have to go about it. Gotta seed information partially. Leak information here, but only to a small group.
An order spy. I'm trying to find an order spy.
Well, it's leak information, but to small sample sizes. And then have it actionable information. See what comes about it. And then continue to leak sample sizes within different groupings. So say you pick one of your teams. Say you pick what's a stupid team name that you could interact with?
Tyranny of the Sun.
All right. Give them a unique piece of information. You give them, but it has to be valuable enough that they will, under no circumstances, spread that information. See how they deal with it. See how they digest it. See how they act upon it. See if it spreads. To whom? How? But it has to be something actionable. And spread another piece of information. Completely different. It's going to be very costly, but it's basically watching the arteries of information pump and spread. See what connects to who, how it can, how it's disseminated, how it's acted upon, or if not. And then start to do cross section, so on and so forth. You can't find a spy unless they out themselves, especially a good one. There's no possible way. You can sit there and kind of fucking masturbate at your stupid computer forever. And that's what information people do. Other spies, real spies, people who are good at the game, they'll get you because there's too much action going on. There's too much information they can't not act on. I mean, if there's an order spy, make sure that there's something there that they can't not get a hold of. If it's actionable intel that you gave to a team that can do nothing with it, but it's something that an order spy literally can't not afford to send back to home base,
They'll have to go out and report.
they're going to have to go out of their way to get that information, which means they're sticking their neck out of the door into the guillotine. You just got to catch them.
Say a rumor of a map to certain facilities.
Worse,
Well,
maps don't work. Maps are viable. Maps are doable. Maps are just things.
The location of a base or a piece of technology that they just can't resist.
Worse. Gotta get worse than that. Someone's gotten it, and there's someone's working on it. It's already been claimed, and there are rumors that there has been this discovery.
A functioning
Facility.
repair facility, maybe. One that can get hover tanks running.
Or stuff they can't afford, like a biofuel generator, or a
No.
cyborg repair facility, or power armor repair facility, or a functioning level 4 AI, or a lot of things that you already possess, to name a few.
Yeah, I noticed.
So you might have to dangle your assets as bait.
It could be risky doing.
You might lose half or more, maybe all of it in the attempt if you do it poorly.
I think just the biofuel would probably be a good lure.
It would be.
That'd certainly haul them out. Especially if there's a known VTOL of the old world with it. Ah. But I'd have to let it slip that I own it. And even if the order doesn't find it, then somebody else might come after it. Which means I would have to move it afterwards. I can't do the power armor station because there's too many other assets there to lose. Skywatch, I can relocate her server units very easily. Alright, I might have a plan. I think I'm gonna move Skywatch's server units. Like, I'm gonna locate an empty base, like another hidden one. I don't care if there's anything useful in it. I just want it as a place I can stash my fucking my server unit. for the AI. Matt, are you even listening?
Yep, you're taking her to an undisclosed location, establishing a server, and then setting her up.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not gonna use her for it. I'm gonna move her to another undisclosed location, and then I'm going to move the biofuel generator there as well, but leave the actual barrels of fuel at the other location where it makes it obvious somebody's producing fuel there,
Could have been
along with the
reclaimed
VTOL.
that previous location. You extracted the generator, but all the fuel had to be left behind, so they took all the barrels.
Hmm.
At the previous location, yeah.
Yeah, but make it look like, we've been producing fuel at this other location while having already moved the generator so that at least when they first go in, hey, look, they actually have the stuff. They must be producing it from there, etc., etc.
Yeah.
That way, the only thing I'm actually risking is the VTOL, because that's the one I'm going to have to leave there as a major lure to make it look like it's an operating facility.
Yeah, very dangerous. Who do you leak this to?
I don't want to leak this to the retired knight because he's got too much. He's got too connected. Which means I need to connect it to somebody that has. Well, one of the big things is they have to have outside access too, don't they?
Maybe one of the sisters.
That's we're actually looking at the staff specifically at the moment. I'm actually looking at Slayer Carry. So I'm going to start by leaking it to Slayer Carry. By the way, dossier on Slayer Carry. Anybody, any major connections there I should know about?
Not particularly. He very much distastes the order. In fact, if you approach him, he is the one most knowledgeable about order armor for their main troops and how to dispatch their vehicles. Hence the name Slayer. Which is pretty condemning because who knows that much about order troops really?
Yeah, I'm gonna try leaking it to him to see if that does anything.
Very immediate response. He has a convoy of Humvees. Mercenary troops roll out. He hires straight through the guild, through official channels and everything.
Ah, son of a bitch. I was gonna tell you that I was gonna have C12 keep an eye on the base for this, but if he's getting mercs out, I'm gonna have to just abandon that location at that point.
Yep.
Which I will basically make it look like we took our shit and ran, though.
Yeah, it's not hard. You've already engineered it.
Exactly. Which that's not too hard. So it's not Slayer Carry. Because if he was a knight or a person of the thing, like he wouldn't have gone for mercs. They wouldn't have trusted mercs with a fucking biofuel generator. I will look into the mercs though. See who they've worked for before.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna have Lily look into them since I can have her do that while I'm doing other things.
Everyone's registered with the guild.
I just want to make sure they're not tied to the order in any way. Wouldn't have been the sort to like drag it back. I will engineer another location, and I need somebody that I can ask, ask about it. Like, how do I defend against stuff like this and let it slip that way? Oh, I guess I'll try the strategist. It'll at least give me an idea who he works for. Matt.
Yeah. Nothing happens.
Nothing. Period.
Not that you can tell. Nothing. How long do you wait? I mean, nothing happens.
I'm gonna. Does he give me any advice when talking to him about it?
Leave it to the kingdom. They'll collect it. But since the last exploratory force was annihilated by the Order, let's just say we've set up some sort of trap. We're gonna wait to see who stumbles into it. So, good job. If you have any additional problems in the future or any of these situations, let me know.
I'll give it some time. I'm gonna make sure C12 knows that it might be that the kingdom itself might be coming after it. I'll let Hunter know about it too to see if he can help. Keep an eye on things.
He
If
just
he's
shrugs.
willing.
Not if it's a ruse. I got other things to do.
Yeah, fair enough. C12 at least doesn't have better things to do.
No, bound soldiers don't ever have better things to do than what their commanding officers tell them.
Yep.
Let that be a lesson.
I constantly have him out and about, so it's not really suspicious anymore that I have him out either.
Sure.
I will wait a bit, see what happens, see who does what, how things get reacted to.
Alright, hold on, that's my pizza, I think.
I really, really fucking hate having to hunt for goddamn fucking spies.
You don't have to.
No,
Dude, I could find a spy in literally a second.
apparently not.
Oh, they don't probably have like magic skills for hiding that shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the big thing is, like, if it was as easy as, look at their aura or something, that's actually been the Inquisitor's been looking for this spy.
You could always bluff every single student in the academy. Show up in their bed one night and just put a gun to them and say, "I know you're the spy. I fucking know it." And see if anyone ever says you're
Alright,
right.
I got my pizza. Oh, I got a free pizza.
That is a terrible plan, Hayden.
Dude, send Clarity to do that. They'd be so frightened they'd either say that they'd have to say the truth.
You want to help find a spy, you two?
Clarity is going to come at this the way an Inquisitor would come at this. A witch hunter would come at this.
The way
If
I just
you-
said.
If you are under suspicion, you are guilty. It's just a matter of me creating the evidence. Because if you talk to Clarity for long enough, you will admit whatever I want you to admit.
So exactly how the Inquisition did it.
So, are you going to interview the staff?
Not without some
Okay.
permission from the headmaster.
To give you some understanding here, if this spy is outed, they will go on a war path and nuke everything they can on the way out.
So kill them before they realize that we're onto them. Got it.
Yeah,
Clarity
we have to-
style. Kill anyone who's suspicious before they realize that we think they're suspicious. Gotcha.
But we have to get rid of them. We have to get the info out to the. I'm actually going to be doing this with giving the info to the Inquisitor. Funny enough.
Don't
I
we
should
hate
go-
that guy?
I should.
I'm going to use her for something.
She's actually already gone, I think. You were
No.
doing this over the course of several weeks, and I thought she was
Hey.
immediately replaced.
I'm actually trying to do this before the end of the week because that's when she's leaving, and I want her to owe me a favor by the time she's gone. And if I found this Order spy and get her the info, she will fucking owe me, whether she wants to or not, because motherfucker, she couldn't find it.
Arguable. The only thing I can offer to assist you here, Olwen, is if you put me in a room with literally anyone, they will confess after 24 hours or less.
Yeah. Which is helpful in its own way.
I have the exact opposite of that. I have a compelling nature and truth sensing. So people don't feel like being lying or being jerks or anything about me.
Actually, that would be a 1-2 sucker punch for sure. An
Good
hour
cop,
of
bad
clarity and then an hour of flock.
The good cop, bad cop routine.
And we just do that for hours on end.
With my unnatural fellowship now too, my aura is a lot stronger.
By the way, Hayden, that stupid mace. Can I give that back to the family so that we can get them off of our ass? Or are you gonna be?
I don't care about the mace.
He just wants the diamonds.
Good. No, you can keep the diamonds.
Yeah, I really don't care about the mace at all. It's stolen.
The mace will end up on her desk by the end of the day.
Jeez, pleased.
Like, I just kept it to keep up the act of that he gave it to me. Why would I give it away if he gave it to me? But if the family's asking for it back, then yeah, they can have it back.
Yeah. The Inquisitor's basically had somebody on her ass about it. I'm like,
I have my sword bay. Why would I ever cheat on it?
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Ah.
Which is just down to the god. I don't know. Maybe we will try this a more direct way because the subtle ways don't seem to be working.
No, it's not that the subtle ways don't work. It's just that outing a spy is something that takes months or years, and you're like, hey, I'm impatient, let's do it in 3 days.
Yeah.
My method could do it in 3 days if we, did the clarity thing. Visits several people at night, puts a gun up to their head in the middle of the night, wakes them, and shouts that he knows that you're the spy. Fess up.
So,
Someone you shit their pants and say no. One of them's gonna shit their pants and say yes, please don't kill me. So
Matt, after a couple days, anything happen?
No.
How many days are you ahead of us now, Liam?
He's just doing this in his free time.
All of them.
Like only 3 days or something like that, because I'm trying to do this in a stupidly short amount
Matt
of time.
says all of them. You say 3. I believe you.
All right. All right. So, stupid plans time, guys.
I have no idea what we're doing. So sure.
Trying to find a fucking spy.
What are they from the Order? I'm guessing.
Yes.
How do you know there's a spy?
Yeah. That's the next question.
We have gotten confirmation there's a spy, and nobody knows who it is. Only that they've been passing on info.
The Queen is sure that there's a spy?
Yeah, well, her local spy master is.
I'm gonna laugh when there's just a camera somewhere in here.
Unfortunately, you're not going to get permission from the upper management to do this because these people are too important. They all have royal connections and things like that, so it would be insulting to lock them in the room for X amount of time and doing nothing but being interviewed.
But we have the privilege of orphans. But yeah.
Totally makes sense. You orphan.
I'm not seeing a way to do this quickly, Liam.
Yeah, there's no way of doing this quickly unless, again, you want to do completely hostile takeover, and even that probably won't work. We'll just get someone who will eventually accidentally say yes, and then we...
Hey, it would be a great way to remove our competition.
Well, yeah.
Hey, you know what? This is a future...
You know what? Hey, Matt! New plan! We're going to look into the future where if we actually go through with the plan of grabbing everybody and interrogating them, who goes to war with us for the Order?
The temple does?
What's that?
The temple does not appreciate you and you're expelled.
Yeah, no, that wasn't...
Also, whoever did the interrogation thing is hung until death. And permanent death.